Hello, everybody. I hope you're having a wonderful evening, morning, afternoon, whatever time it is when you watch this, whether it's live, VOD, in the future. If you're in the future, wow, I hope things got better. Other than that, I want to thank you all for joining us. It was really just a what if brainchild, a passion project, and it has lasted years. I'm just going to let everyone know, even though it says finale, this is not the last that you'll see of the Clockwork Vine setting. It is just bringing to close this beautiful chapter of season 2. We've been through some ups and downs. We've been through 2 separate casts because of how many people were interested in botanical steampunk. It got rolled into one large cast. After that, apparently I have started the trend of having no less than 6 people every time I do okay. But that's okay. I enjoy it. If you've never seen Clockwork Vines, we have all of season 2 up on YouTube available. Some of the episodes are on VOD. You can also Google on YouTube. I was on 2 other channels before, and there's some older episodes in there as well. But Clockwork Vines is a botanical steampunk setting set in reality adjacent Victorian Englandish of a setting. It is a Call of Cthulhu / basic roleplay hybrid. One thing that you will notice that has been pulled out is the sanity mechanic, simply because I am not a mental health professional, and so I have no way of assigning a new mental condition to someone's player based on how tripped out they are about a setting. I'm not the character, they are, so it's up to them to determine how their character is doing mentally. That's not something I want to do, and also that's not part of this story. So you'll hear me calling for luck checks quite a bit in the place that most people would do sanity checks. All of my players were aware of this before it started and during it, and it's worked pretty good. Also, for new viewers, we do have safety tools that are being utilized behind the scenes. Everyone's lines and veils have been discussed and are consistently respected. And I have an eye on the Zoom chat. I'm actually watching my video window chat more than I am the main chat, so there's a lot I may miss in the actual Twitch window. That's a long introduction to an amazing show. We have a pre-show thing that we always do to assure our viewers that we care about their experience as much as we care about our players' experience. We simply do not have the ability to put content warnings for any potential trigger warning things that may be very specific, such as animals or plants and so on. So we do have maybe Ryan, are you able to read it today, or do we need someone else to read it?
I got it.
Alrighty then. Ryan's going to read you something in that soothing voice. Also, send lots of love to Ryan. Send lots of love to Velvet, who could not be here today, our amazing Desdemona. But doing amazing things. Make sure to check what they're doing out on Twitter and so on. I cannot be prouder of my players. I can gush for hours about these amazing people. Also, please do not forget Jess, who started the season with us as Genevieve, and a wonderful list of other players that I'll be saying thank you to after this stream. But Ryan, you can go ahead and take it away.
Because this is a live TTRPG session and detailed lists of creatures or plant-related phobias and triggers will spoil the players, we understand if you decide not to watch or tune out when something disturbs you as a viewer. Detailed content warnings about specific animals, insects, plants, etc. will be provided in the description post-stream on the pod. This game will never, however, include heavy drug use, slavery, sexual assault, glorification or glamorization of sexual murderers, predators, or abusers, or delve into the sacrificial rituals that involve the sacrifice or harm of children. This is a campaign that deals with heavy themes related to various literary themes, including man against man against nature, man against himself, and man against gods. This is a game that thrives on character development and roleplay with combat and adventure as supporting cast members. All players have had and maintained communication about their own lines and veils, and safe tools are being used behind the scenes.
And there you have it. So I'm going to ask for a volunteer.
I'm going to miss Ryan narrating our lives.
So,
I could still do that.
Yes, you can just.
Hey, Ryan, I'm about to.
Hey,
Ryan, I'm just going to exist. I need you to narrate me living my life. Thank you so much. God bless. Love you.
Amazing. Oh my Lord, I've been watching too much Brennan. That's my, okay. Anyways, I'm going to do something special tonight. We're going to do a recap, but we're going to do a recap in character. Who would like to volunteer as you're preparing for this final showdown? Who would like to volunteer to tell from their character's perspective? Imagine sitting down, talking to Peony Pete or Begonia. First person, giving a recap of all that's happened building up to this situation.
I feel like the MO needs to fill the doctor in on a few things. Specifically the boxing match and how that went, but also that she brought a dog home with her from her talk with the monarch. So I would like to volunteer Mo to catch the doctor up. If that
the doctor
good.
Would appreciate that.
And it's two schnauzers, right? Did you choose the two schnauzers, the poodle, or the beagle?
I took the beagle, the one with the wheelchair back legs.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay, so when we get back from meeting the monarch, Mo kind of like sticks her head in the door and she calls out, "Dr. Lindsay, are you there?"
Oh, aye, yes. Come on through.
I'm wondering, how do you feel about dogs? Are you allergic or anything?
No allergies that I know of. Nothing I found yet, anyway.
Grand. Well, would it be all right if I brought a dog home?
Of course, yes. We can go to the pound tomorrow and pick you up a beautiful animal.
I don't think that's necessary because I brought one home with me.
Oh.
The monarch said I could take a dog if the dog said yes, and this dog said yes, and it's very cute, and I think you'll like it very much. And so she goes back out and brings the Hawthorne back in, and she's like, "This is my beagle, Hawthorne."
Hawthorne! And I hold, Dr. Lindsay holds his hand out so that Hawthorne can give it a sniff. Do we want to see if Hawthorne likes Dr. Lindsay? Because this could be funny either way.
This is really good. I would love if Dr. Lindsay is not liked by Hawthorne. That'd be very funny. Because Dr. Lindsay's like, so nice.
Hawthorne is just like, screw you, Scotsman.
He's like particular.
Hawthorne actually is an Englishman, and so it's just like a lot of deep blood, like a lot of like bad blood, you know, even on a dog's sake. I remember your Scottish dogs. You're like, what?
And he's just like, call me Sassenach one more time. Do it. I dare you. Find a Tootsie Roll in your boot.
Go ahead and give me, let's just do a charisma.
Oh, good. That's where I'm a Viking. It always makes me nervous when the tens die rolls out of sight. I'm like, oh, this could be bad. But actually, it's good. 43 under 85.
Wonderful.
Hawthorne! And you have your wee chariot as well. That's excellent.
Yeah, his back legs don't work, and I thought this was a kind of neat thing that you could see. I thought, and he's just very cute. And I heard that beagles are easy to take care of. There was a couple schnauzers, but I thought 2 dogs might be too many. And there was a poodle, but I know that those take a lot of grooming. Anyway, I haven't seen you in a bit, so,
Oh yes, how'd the fight go? Your face looks fine.
It was fun. I met a very interesting woman. She told us not to throw the fights, and that's the thing, apparently. And we all won our fights, and made quite a pretty penny as well. And then there was some commotion, and we left. I don't really understand what happened exactly. You might have to ask I think Cassiopeia might know something about that. And then we went to meet the monarch. Not really sure about the monarch exactly. They said I could ask one question, and I asked for the dog. They knew a lot about me and about the rest of us.
Yes, they're like that. Yeah, a lot of us aren't terribly sure about the monarch, but they seem to be on the up and up for the most part. So,
I mean, they had a lot of really cute animals down there, and animals, they know people, right? So I assume they're a good person.
I would certainly hope so. During this entire conversation, by the way, having determined that Hawthorne doesn't hate him, Dr. Lindsay has gone over and has been some of the ingredients he's been saving for like haggis, like the offal and things like that. He just starts chopping up and putting in a dish and puts it down on the ground for Hawthorne. And the closest to kibble we could probably get for.
He's going to be a healthy dog. Hawthorne is just going to be eating luxuriously.
I think that's about as much of a recap that Emma would be able to give, just because she's not very with it.
Yeah.
So.
I'm actually sort of excited as Dr. Lindsay getting everybody else's like little snippets of recap as well, and having to synthesize what actually happened based on everyone's point of view. So no, you've hit the high points. Congratulations on winning your fight.
Thank you. Well, I'm really mostly excited about the dog, though the girl was pretty cool too. I hope to see her again. Her name was Heather.
Well, that's nice. Heather's a pretty name.
It's a fitting name, if you ask me.
Oh.
Alrighty then. Now, let's see. Let's go to Sim and Cassiopeia having to update Marty on what has happened and what they plan to do. Who's going to take the lead on this as you sit down at the replaced, they had to get a net new replaced dining room table. Marty has cooked a decent meal, something simple. There's some bread, some kind of stew. Cal is sleeping, and Marty sitting there, comfortably dressed. No vest on, so the chance of him having there's always a chance that Marty has knives on him, but he's not wearing his knife vest. He's in casual wear. Glasses, hair pulled up in a messy bun, glasses on, hands wrapped around a mug of tea that's probably been super doctored. So we got through dinner just fine.
Mm-hmm.
Cal is super excited because he says you all are going to go fight a dragon. Now, I don't know what that means. So I need you to explain it to me in a non-fantasy-like way. So I'm prepared. for what's about to happen. What happened?
I am very much like the teenage child that I am in this dynamic. I'm trying to sneak away from Marty's inevitable scolding of Cassio, but obviously because she helped find out like who the big dog was, but also she was meddling and conning, so she's like trying to sneak away, like if I don't tell my side of the story, and I'm trying to go to Cal to tell Cal first, so I'm gonna can I try to sneak?
Go ahead and roll it. I love how we're using our rolls already. Go ahead and try to sneak away.
Oh, heck yeah. I got a 51 out of 70. Bow, 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 bow.
Go ahead and you.
I dropped my knife. And then I just like disappear. I literally just disappear.
And because Marty is used to this, I'm not going to have Marty roll to see opposed if he noticed that, because narrative flow. I'm going to let you have it this time. All right, so you sneak away and you're going to fill Cal in. So let's go back to Sim, left at the table with Marty.
Yeah, so we went and we finally had our meeting with the monarch. It must be Emmo's dog. And we finally had our meeting with the monarch, and well, there's a wall, that we have to break, because they built a wall to keep something bad away, but the wall is breaking. So I think we have to break it even more so that we can kill what's on the other side, which might be a dragon. I don't think they're joking about that. Because if we don't do this, then the whole alley's gonna get destroyed. Yeah. Listen, Marty, I'm not gonna lie. It's a little scary. Cause this is a lot. I thought I was just gonna go have a fight, make some money, like buy some new books for Cal or something. But now I'm gonna go hunt a dragon, and I don't know how I got here. And I would be lying if I said I wasn't a little bit worried.
You know, dragon beats not knowing who's going to knock on the door because you owe money.
That's true.
Or, knock on the door because you dealt with someone who owed money and then they went to go tell somebody and now there's a whole thing.
Yeah. Those were always my least favorite things.
So this is what you said. You thought you were just going to have a fight, get some money, buy some more books for Cal.
Yeah.
So that's what you're going to do. You're going to go have a fight. Maybe not make some money. I have it on good authority. You made quite a pretty penny last night at your tea party.
Yeah, I'm also pretty sure that if I punch a dragon in the face, then the monarch's gonna give us a bunch of money or make us royalty or something. I'm a little unclear on the details. But
well,
yeah.
Alstromeriea Alley has always been that place that had I'm never going to live there because, my dad super hates that Alstromeriea Alley exists because he's got no reach here.
Yeah. Which, one of the reasons we came here.
Yeah. So Cal likes it. There's a good school. I mean, even though there's
I like it.
dandelion rabbits and acid on the tables and dragons.
Well,
And
the acid, I think, was Dr. Lindsay's fault.
okay, but regardless,
Yeah.
I think going from family vacation to, this lower middle class kind of setting to the potential of monarch driven middle class in a alley cut off from, like, heavily invested in the underworld but cut off from the influences of capitalism that drives most underworld settings. I mean, can't complain. It's
No, I not complaining. Also, I'm pretty sure that if we killed the dragon thing, maybe, then the bunnies go away.
I hope so. Like, I want,
Yeah.
I want Cal to have a pet, but
Mm-hmm.
not something that grew from a plant and is now
Yeah.
not, but still.
Oh, speaking of, the monarch has a kid named Molly, and we
Uh-huh.
should set up a play date.
Oh, that would be awesome. I
Yeah.
don't think we've ever had like an actual, I don't think Cal's actually had an actual play date.
No, I don't know the last time he's actually had a conversation with someone his age.
Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day.
Yeah.
Cal,
Or
wake up,
subservient.
Cal. Cal, wake up. This is so important. This is the most pressing matter of all time. Cal, I'd crawl up in the bed. Cal.
Are you gonna wake Cal up?
Yes, I have to wake up. He's my best friend. I have to wake him up and tell him the news.
Marty just pats you on the shoulder. Let's get your raps together. I'm gonna give you 1 and 2, and 1 and 2 to be 2 of Marty's favorite and sharpest knives. One is a butterfly knife, and the other one is just a straight edge razor. But I'll give you 1 and 2 to take with you.
Oh, okay.
And I'll try to keep Cal distracted from trying to go help, because again, gotta get him used to, like, he's a kid. It's okay to be a kid. I'm just so glad he's asleep. And with that,
Are you sure you want to give these to me? I'm better with.
anything can happen where you need a knife. Like,
Okay.
and if it gets
Okay.
to the point that you need a knife, and I'm not there to say, I told you so, or look at you significantly like, really? These will be my proxy,
Okay.
rolling of
I'll
my
still-
eyes in sarcasm.
Yeah, I'll hear it. Yeah, I know your voice well enough.
You see? And my father said it would never work, but, like, we're on the same level here. So,
Cal, I need you to wake up. Cal, this is so important. This is so pressing. Cal. You can take the nap later. Cal, come on.
and as Marty works with you to help wash dishes and to spend some quality domestic time with Sim prior to going off to fight a dragon, Cal is just going, what?
Shh, don't be loud. You're gonna wake up. You're gonna startle Marty, and Marty's gonna yell at me. Shh. I went upstairs because I had to tell you first. Okay, so guess what? We went to the fight, right? And so we went to the fight. Then they're like, oh, turns out maybe something's going on. So then I tripped, and then I met this person who didn't really speak to me. And then I told them about my job. And then the person was like, oh my God, that's so cool. And then I was like, yeah. And they were like, you're so beautiful and also funny. And I'm like, I know. And I charmed them. And then I got all this, like, their card. I pull out the card and I hand it to Cal and be like, I think that they're a suspicious character. Also, we met the monarch. Monarch is like the queen, maybe. I don't really understand her power in the whole thing. But I asked her what we get, and she said she'll pretty much give us anything we want. Because all we have to do is take down this wall that might have something really bad on behind it, which is totally fine, and then fight the thing that's behind it, and we'll all be good. Also, I won a bunch of money on a bet. Don't gamble. But also, I won a bunch of money on bets, and I'm thinking I'm going to put it away, and then you and I when we move out from dad and dad, we can get a house of our own, you and me, roommates for life.
Cal just blinks sleepily, nodding. I need my notebook. He just
I already have the notebook in his hands.
Okay. All right. How much did you make?
I made, what a question you've asked me, honey. I made, I made $350.
Oh my goodness, we're millionaires.
That's what I said. I was like, whoa, what are we going to blow the money on first? Obviously, I'm going to, I was thinking I would put it in a college fund, or maybe I can make like a publishing company so you never have to see like Psy ever again. But I also thought maybe I like get really on top. Like I do that sibling thing where you crawl on top of them and be like, I was thinking maybe we could buy a dog or a cat or a bunny, maybe a lizard, a squirrel. Oh my God. Guess what? I made friends with a chipmunk.
No.
Yes, the chipmunks.
Like the ones we were trying to see?
The whole time. Yes, they finally showed up. I almost forgot. How could I forget about the chipmunks? What? Hey, Cal, you're really smart. Do you think we can own a chipmunk? Can you domesticate a chipmunk?
Like, if I had a chipmunk, I'd want the chipmunk to live with us like another. Do you think Dad's would like another child? We could probably do it that way. Like, here is a chipmunk.
It's our brother. Yes, I like it. It's good. I really like this. This is a good plan. See, this is why I had to tell you, Cal. Marty would be like, Cassiopeia, you need to invest in your future. Or like, Cassiopeia, you probably shouldn't have fallen in front of someone that might have been dangerous. But you and I, we have game plan. Woohoo!
Yeah, I was dreaming that there was like 3 extra stars in the sky. And then the rabbits parted like the Red Sea. And then there was a wheel. And the monarch was like, you've got people who can think, you've got people who can talk, you've got people who are strong. You know that I put cabbage in the stew, and I don't like cabbage very much.
Yeah. You always shove the cabbage on my plate. You think I don't catch you, but I'm a con woman. Of course I notice you shoving it on my plate.
Yeah, but it's like hot lettuce. But
I don't want hot lettuce. Why are you giving me your hot lettuce?
Because, like, I'm a child. Like, I have so many more years to get my hot lettuce in. But you know, you may not have had hot lettuce when you were a child, and I don't want to like rob you of that child experience that you could have as an adult. Like some people buy toys. I'm trying to give you cabbage.
Cal, I know Marty would tell me this is a terrible idea for the 30th time, but I really think you do great as a con. I really do.
Yeah, I thought about that, but I didn't think it would be fair to my other dad, who doesn't actually seem to completely understand what that means. And I like,
really fair.
He gets the book thing, he gets the writing thing, and I want him to always to be able to be proud of me because he understands what I do.
I mean, Sim's proud of me, and I don't think he knows what I'm doing either. Marty's vaguely proud of me, but I think in a very like, you know, like I'm proud of you for trying kind of way.
No, I think they're proud of you because you're you. You're not your job. You're you. You're good with being kind, even though you want people to think you're sneaky. And you're good with like caring about people and things. And, you know, you do stuff that's brave all the time. Like putting stuff that explodes inside of your shirt and like not even being scared.
Listen, that wasn't a great choice. I don't want that to be my legacy. That's really funny you say that. I was recently talking to the monarch, and right after I asked my question about what we will get as a reward, everyone else, like Osmotus gave a really good question, and I felt like everyone else got a really good question. Like even like Mo was like asked about to get a dog, and I just feel like everyone has something. We watched, Dad and Mo and Bill and oh man, what's her name? Hildebrand.
Desdemona.
Desdemona. That's another game we played together. Sorry, Desdemona. Desdemona, all like whoop ass, and then Osmotus and Samuel, like just like did 3D chess with the monarch, and like I don't know if I'm actually helpful at anything. I don't know if being kind is actually a helpful skill, really. Dr. Lindsay's much kinder than me. He like heals people for a living.
Yeah, but Dr. Lindsay's not like my sister, so.
Yeah. Thanks, kiddo. I like lean on him.
Well, if I'm being completely honest, I think that you're going to do a wonderful job. I was talking to the monarch. He pauses. I was dreaming through my dreams.
I do the thing where I do, like, I'm sure me and Cal have done this many times, where Cal says something and I like lean in and be like, Cal, what have I said about conning the con? You can't just move on. Can I jump for the seat?
He does. Cal, no.
Does he do the thing where he darts his eyes where the thing he's hiding?
Yeah, Cal doesn't have his seat anymore.
Where'd it go?
I forgot for a minute who he gave it to. Yeah, he gave it to.
Yeah, Sam, right. Okay. Yeah. Samuel. So I'll be like, how'd you talk to the monarch, Cal? You don't have the seed. Samuel has the seed.
Oh, before I gave one of the scientists the seed, like, I thought I was dreaming, but then I realized it was like a voice, and they were really, smart and nice, and was talking about in the future, once my parents and family are heroes of Alstromeriea Alley, I could maybe help with future stuff. It's a long story. I just know that I can tell you that there's 3 extra stars in the sky. You're gonna need people who are strong. You're gonna need people who can talk, and you're gonna need people who can think, and also probably you're going to need Dr. Lindsay, because there's dangerous stuff down there.
Okay. I'll see you later, Cal. I'll go back to sleep.
Wait.
I'll try to jump out the window.
What? Cal just says,
I'm not killing myself. I've done this many times. Okay, bye.
Yeah, and Cal does that thing where sleepy children just conk right back out. Like could be having an intense conversation. And what we will do, for the sake of narrative flow, the scientists have an office, a lab, that has been set up. It's bare bones. There's just a few tables, some basic equipment in there. It's in the warehouse wherein the wall has been built between what's supposed to be safe and what's not supposed to be safe. And while the wall is further down the tunnel, so to speak, that is the railroad that came into the warehouse to drop off cargo and so on, that everyone so helpfully blew up. You're further in the warehouse where the factory used to be. And as we start this situation, we'll start with the scientists in this new lab. Boxes of equipment at the front. A note being sent to everyone to meet about 2 hours later than it is now at the lab, so that you can proceed to fight the dragon. How are the scientists doing? What is going through their mind as they prepare?
I think they're probably playing cards right now
Okay.
while waiting for some things to finish up.
I like that. Who's
Sam was-
winning?
I don't know who's better.
Roll up, roll up.
I was going to say both of you roll luck or roll intelligence idea rolls.
Wait, which one are we rolling?
What did you roll? Oh.
I rolled a 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I rolled an 18.
Anybody else playing this game would be thoroughly trapped. But when you see two scientists, two scientific minds playing cards, it's like a whole nother level. It's like seeing master chess players versus seeing just a couple of chess players playing. Like, you would have to take someone's word for it that one person was doing better than the other, because to anyone else it would just look like magic. So, but what kind of discussion are you having as you play cards?
Asmodeus is at one point will just look at Samuel and say, "There's a chance all this is going to go south on us."
Yeah, there is.
And I need you to do me a favor if it does.
Ooh.
What do you need?
Get everyone out. Make sure everyone else is safe. I'll buy you time.
A little too early for sacrifice.
Oh, I just said I'll buy you time. Sacrifice isn't necessarily what I want to do. But there's a family there. Everyone's intertwined. You're part of it. Get them out.
You know you're part of it too, right?
Oh, I'm probably more like that cousin that shows up every once in a while.
That cousin's usually the one you need.
Well, like I said, it's just buying time. We'll get some tricks up our sleeves. I don't know what we're up against or how to, what I'm going to be able to do, but gotta, we gotta get everyone through this.
Well, we got some stuff here. Yeah, if things go south, we can just blow the whole area.
Yep.
But they might get angry at us for that.
Well, I'm not too concerned about that. I know the monarch thinks they're trying to do what's best, but I feel like we're in some sort of loop here where they think they're doing the right thing. It turns out to not be the right thing and causes the problem. We got to solve the problem.
And somebody else has to do cleanup.
Yep. And then they come along trying to do the right thing again, and another problem.
I have a feeling that's why he's reaching out to Cal. To try to break this cycle. I don't know how well that's going to go.
Yeah, it depends who's running all the fluff bunnies. Cal might make an army of them.
Well, hopefully they'll be loyal to him. I trust him more than them.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You're knocking. Actually, no. I want both of you to go ahead and roll spot hidden.
I rolled 3 again.
71 out of 85.
You scientists are very observant. So the young woman, maybe in her early teens or late teens, she's got kind of those looks where you're not quite sure how old she may be, but you know, like she's older than early adolescence. Curly, auburn hair, tan skin, dressed in her version of her travel clothes. This is one of those children with an extreme imagination and who is spoiled. So it's like a safari outfit, the khakis, with the hat, and she wears these lensless Coke bottle glasses. Okay, no reason for her to have them on, but she does. And she's struggling to drag a box backwards, which is why it's hard for her to come in quietly as she's dragging this crate. Dr. Lindsay isn't here yet, but this is Molly. It's Molly. It's. Hi, I made it. Hi, how's it going? I heard this was the where all of the scientists were convening before the adventure today. Looks between you. Is it not? Are you not the scientists? This is not the scientist place. Am I in the wrong place? I'm not quite sure because sometimes I end up in the wrong place and I'm just exploring. But then, is it the right place or the wrong place if you're exploring?
You're in the right place.
Oh, wonderful. I'm here. Shh, you cannot tell anybody that I'm here. But I am here because I heard there was going to be scientists, and scientists are really great because, like, the monarch is great and everything, but, you know, they're always like, just because you can, doesn't mean you should. But I was curious to see if you could bring a bird of paradise to life and, like, a robot, but it also be a flower. And because, you know, it's a bird, but it's also a plant. And so I was like, I can do it. And they were like, no, you can't do it. But anyways, I'm here because I've got a gift for you all. And I'm really excited because he came and I wasn't there able to see it, but Hawthorne is gone. So I know somebody came and visited. And because the monarch made pancakes, and the monarch only makes pancakes when something big is happening.
I love this kid.
Oh, right. Finish pulling the crate that's about half her size and dusts off her hands. Okay.
Thank you. You want to sit down for a bit?
Oh, that is so nice of you. I would love to sit down, but if I sit down, I'm going to want to get up again, and then I'm going to get up and down. And so why sit down in the first place? I still have a lot of energy. But it's okay. And she sort of just idly plays with her fingers as she looks between you two. Oh. Manners. Yes. I am Molly, of no particular surname, but the ward of the monarch. And I'm also going to be a doctor and a scientist and a mathematician and probably a magician too. I haven't decided. And I might explore gymnastics.
Probably got enough time to do all of those.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing stops you from doing everything.
Then she stops. She starts to open. So this is what I brought you, and you see this wooden plank that has 3 columns on it and 3 discs on one of those metal columns. And she presents it and looks at you two. I brought you this toy.
Any idea what we're supposed to do with it?
Well, the great thing about this toy is that you always have to try to get all of these discs on another one of the columns in a set amount of moves, and they're all different sizes. And you can get them in the order you need them to be. I use it when I need to concentrate and focus on something, so I thought it would be great. And you both can roll a history or an education or physics if that's one of your skills. I think anything science related, but it'll probably be an education roll.
Nope. 75 out of 65.
Okay.
Yeah, if I use physics, I got 77 out of 70.
Okay. And what if you use education, like a no roll? Is it still a failure for you both?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So Molly says, oh, he's got some kind of weird name, like the Tower of Hannah something, the Tower of, I think it's like the Tower of Hannah or something like that, but it's a really old puzzle. And so you have to get all 3 rings to another one of these columns, but you can only move them from one move at a time. And then at the end, all 3 rings are on a different column in the right order.
Seems interesting.
Yeah.
It was very thoughtful of you to bring that.
You're welcome. Well, I know you're probably not going to die today, but if you do, can I please have this lab as my second playhouse?
If we do, it's yours.
Yeah.
All right.
You may need to share it with someone else. His name's Cal. I think you'll get along.
Well, I mean, scientists work best in pairs, I've heard, because it's good to have a second pair of eyes on any of the projects that you're working on. So I think that's a wonderful idea. I'm going to go now because I've got about 20 minutes before the monarch notices that I am gone. And then at that time, I want to be in a completely different location so that Whisper has to spend a little bit longer finding me, and I can collect more of the dandelion bunnies before I go home. All right. Thank you. Bye. She just heads out the door, skipping. And I will, as a generous storyteller, let you know that yes, that mattered. Okay. So.
Well, looks like we have our wills taken care of.
Yeah.
All right. And so anything anybody else wants to do prior to gathering up at the lab and preparing to head for the Great Wall of Bunnies?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. I was gonna say, I'd like to where are you, Asmodeus and Samuel at? Are they like in a building? Like,
So
Yeah, we're
where-
not lab.
So the
You're in
old
a-
factory
uh-huh.
is being converted into like an indoor strip mall with a whole bunch of offices and labs because
I see. Okay.
and they have a lab inside the factory that also is where the wall is that you will have to break down. So that is where they are, the lab inside of the factory.
Lab inside a factory. Okay. I think you can hear like the sounds of like shuffling and things getting knocked over. Oh shit. Okay. Well, shit. Asmodeus, Samuel, I don't know where you're at. I'm also really lost. Asmodeus, Samuel, I'm lost.
I think she's lost.
There's a loud smash. Shit. Okay. I don't know where you are. I know you're in the building because this place is nerdy as hell. So there's only one place you would be. I know that you're not at the library because I already checked.
Yeah, Samuel will get up and go to the door and open it.
There you are. That's fun. What's this little room? I like going, oh, not little room. Bigger room. Okay. I thought it was a little room, but that's my bad.
It's bigger on the inside.
You don't say. Fun. It'd be really pretty if it's like painted blue, maybe. Anyways, doesn't matter. I have a question. I like sit down on like, I don't know where to sit, so I just sit on like a table. I'm like, okay, I'm realizing in very quick succession that maybe I'm really useless. So I have a great idea. What if one of you just use me as like a guinea pig? Like you need to go do a sanctity thing, go make me do it. I'm very fast. My qualifications include being very fast, having a lot of flesh here.
Why do you think you're useless?
Well, Cal can talk to the monarch, turns out, just like casually, just like anytime. Like he just did it the other day before he gave you the seed, Samuel. And like they were talking about the things everyone's skills are, someone who's strong, someone who's smart. And then there's like someone who talks, right? And like Dr. Lindsay is like a healer, plus he's a good, nice person, plus he's like smart. And you two are both smart and nice people. And Emo and Sam are both nice and also like strong. And I just want like a doubly. Cal tried to comfort me and was like, you're a nice girl. You're my sister. But he has to say that. We're siblings. That's like what he has to do. It's like legally obligated. So I don't want to get in the way of the mission. So instead, I would like for you two, the smartest people I know, to give me a purpose. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Cass?
Yes.
You've given Cal a sister. You've given Sim and Marty a daughter. You've given Frisia someone she can lean on. And you've given us a good companion.
Mm-hmm.
You're not useless.
I'll be like, you are my betrothed to be betrothed, so you're also biased. Sansmodus? I've always been a little bit of a pain in your ass. You know, I always do the illogical thing. I don't really say what I'm going to do before I do it. I have often tried to pickpocket you. Just kidding. I didn't do that. I've never done that ever. Anyways, I just feel like, don't you feel I would be better suited as like an assistant to an assistant? Like I really feel like the Frisia thing, like as being an assistant, like a glorified assistant would be right up my alley. I can't seduce the monster. Like if there's a monster, I can't just seduce it. Maybe I can. Nope, don't think I can actually.
You have a lot of other abilities besides that. You know, everything Samuel said is true. You know, you help keep people together. You know, who else would Cal turn to when he needs someone to talk to? You know, Frisia, you know, won't be able to, you know, she can't handle things. You know, she's got too much on her plate. You know, she's overloaded. You can make, you know, her life easier. You can, you know, take on a role. You can define it as what you want and be what you want here.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to work in the lab, I don't mind you being here. Because we're coming back.
I will nudge Osmos and be like, Samuel's flirting with me. That's so embarrassing. I'm not deflecting. You're deflecting. Anyways, I'm gonna. This is a really nice moment. I'm feeling a lot of feelings because the two quieter ones have said nice things about me. So I'm just gonna. Is there a window I can perhaps jump out of?
No, just sit there and play cards with us.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Can I roll to see how good I am at cards? I want to see if I'm good at cards.
He's teaching them pity pat. As Modus probably already knows how to play.
Yeah, that seems like something else. Osmos probably is the type who knows all the fucking card games. And I'm like, where the hell did you learn this? Are you a pirate or something? Oh my god, Osmos, were you a pirate? That's a really your name. Is that a pirate name?
Pirate code, you can't tell. For first rule of Pirate Club is you can't tell if you're a pirate.
Okay, fair. I respect it. Keep your secrets. Keep your secrets. Honey, can I roll to see if I'm good at cards? I'm just gonna roll. 42. I'm gonna do idea. Is it idea?
Yes,
Or luck?
idea.
Okay, well, I got a 42 out of 75. Bow, 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 bow. I'm less good than the two of them.
You can hold your own. Like, you don't get thoroughly trounced.
I keep pulling cards out of my cleavage. Ahaha, I stole it. This is less fun when I'm trying not to cheat.
And on that note, that means the only people who have to actually get to the lab in order to approach the wall would be the good doctor, Emo, and Sim. So, for the sake of flow, I'm sure that you all get yourselves a very good breakfast. All the equipment you may need. Cal goes through that it was different. You were a little bit later. That's why you did not leave with Cassiopeia, because Cal had that type of moment where the child just clings to your leg and won't let go, and you just have to kind of walk around the house and be like, okay, I gotta go now. And Cal is just talking about not letting the wheels eat you. That's what he keeps saying. Please don't let the wheels eat you.
I promise I won't let the wheels eat me.
Because that's going to be a hard story to tell. Like, it's not.
That sounds hard. Hey, I'll pick him up and hold him in front of my face. Be like, listen, when have you ever known me to be defeated by something as simple as a wheel?
But it's like the root that was made out of metal. It's weird.
Yeah, and I beat that. I punched that really good.
Okay.
Right? You saw.
All right.
I mean, you saw me do that.
Well, because if you get eaten by the wheel, I'm going to use creative license to make it something a little bit cooler.
I give you full permission to do so. Listen, I am going to let you in on a little secret.
Okay.
Your dad told me that I'm not allowed to get eaten by a wheel or anything else like that because he loaned me some of his favorite knives. And I have to bring those back. So I'm not allowed to get eaten. So you don't have to worry about it.
And strangely enough, it's like someone flipped a switch. Cal's, oh, okay, well, it means you'll be back. Okay, yeah, I'll see you later. Just this super emotional kind of thing. He's like, I love you, and okay,
I'll see you later, kid.
Yep.
Give him a kiss on the head and sit him down.
And Marty is the type who never says goodbye. Marty refuses to say the words goodbye. It'll always be see you later or, something else like that. And today's is I'll put your dinner in the icebox and then light the stove when you come back and get it heated up.
Aw. You're kinder than I deserve.
I could pretend to be like have this false humility thing, but I'm not. So remember, come back, bring the knives back. You do not have to clean any ichor off of them because I don't necessarily know if you know how to clean them in the way that I need them to. Just bring them back as is, and
Okay.
shares that super domestic, sends you off with a kiss, and then goes back because Marty has started to take apart something in the kitchen. Not Marty, Cal has started to take apart something in the kitchen, and Marty is just like, okay, so we talked about having license and not having license to destroy property we do not own. And that is like what you hear on your way
Way
out
back.
the door. Meeting up with Mo and the doctor.
Emma is
Hi.
going to drop off Hawthorne at Genevieve's shop
Okay.
to hang out with Princess because if something happens to her, she doesn't want the dog to be left alone at the doctor's by himself. So yeah, so she goes over there and drops off Hawthorne and explains where Hawthorne came from, so that Hawthorne can be taken back if necessary. Unless Hawthorne really likes living with Genevieve, in which case Mo tells Hawthorne, if you really like living with Genevieve, you can stay with Genevieve forever. But if you want, when I come back, if you want to come back with me, you can as well.
In Hawthorne, it gives you that puppy dog look of, I'll wait for you until you come back, sort of thing, having bonded very quickly with his new friends.
So Dr. Lindsay, knowing nothing about what they're about to go into, except that Mo has told him that, we're all getting together to go deal with this thing, has made sure to pack the medicine bag with like just loads of extra gauze and suturing stuff and like, the stuff he'll need to fix people up. And food, of course. I mean, there's just, in amongst the gauze, there's like scones and some like meat pies and just, yeah. And he brings his best bone saw with him.
Just in case.
Just,
So
no
you
reason.
all walk together towards this factory. Dr. Lindsay, you're very familiar with this factory. You've even gone through something similar to this with the factory, but this time you don't have to pretend and have a clipboard or yell at people to put on their masks because, it's no longer a working factory. It's a Victorian version of an indoor strip mall in the making. So you all meet up. And
do we meet up in the lab?
That's up to you. Do you want to meet up in the lab or in front of the lab?
I think I'd like to meet in the lab.
Okay.
Because I'd like to have a moment for Dr. Lindsay to look at this towers of, I don't know, or whatever it is.
All right. So you can give me a role, either a science-based role of whatever would be the course that you studied, mathematics in, or a no role.
I think I'll go with no.
Okay.
I could go medicine, but I don't think that applies in this particular. So I'll go no. Nice. That is a 69 under 85.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice. So, as you all meet up in the lab, Samuel or Asmodus, where did you put this toy? Did you leave it on the floor where Molly put it, or did you put it on the table?
Depending on how big it is, I would have left it on the table, probably.
It's not that big. It's a smaller version of how big these things usually are. Um, so, okay. You place this table. You place this toy on the table so that when the doctor comes in, you see it. And you remember hearing about there's a mathematical puzzle known as the Tower of Hanoi. And it's often used as a toy these days. But when it was first created, it was like this huge thing. And the whole purpose of it is to, again, move all of the discs on one column to another in the order of, largest on the bottom and smallest on the top. So that's what you're able to pick up on right away is you've seen it before. It's been in books and so on. It's often used as a children's toy, but it is called the Tower of Hanoi.
Okay. Yeah, Dr. Lindsay walks in and he's like, "Oh, hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, Molly. I didn't expect to see you here."
Molly's left.
Oh, has she?
Yes, Molly left. She is running from Whisper.
Okay. Oh, right. Yes. Then Dr. Lindsay is just like, "Oh, this is very interesting. What's this thing?"
Molly dropped it off early and then ran off.
Oh, really? Huh. Well, I've heard about these. And he just sort of like looks at it for a second and then starts moving bits and pieces around.
Roll me a D8.
Oh, sure. The one die I haven't taken out of my dice bag. Nope, that's a D20. Definitely not a D8.
I don't have it. Should I get a D8 ready?
It's demonstrably not a D8. There we go. 1.
Okay. Roll me another D. Roll it another time.
7.
And roll it one more time.
8.
You get it halfway. You get it to the halfway point and get stuck and have to reset it. But like first 2 moves, very confident, then you get to that last move that could have probably solved it, and you move the disc to the wrong column and have to reset it. But you all kind of get the gist of you have to move each disc so many times, and you can only move it one time each disc, so it's a whole process. As you gather up in the lab and prepare for this particular mission, you all with the various hints and things, as well as with the things you discovered in the stars, Samuel with the messages that you received from the question you asked, Emo with your cheerful optimism and knowledge that you're about to fight for the safety of your new friends and found family here in the alley. Dr. Lindsay, with your experience of learning to expect the unknown, Cassiopeia, you have your message from Cal about the type of things that you all need to be concerned about, including apparently carnivorous wheels. And Sim as well, you've learned Cal is usually right about things that sound weird. Like anything that's really weird, Cal has usually got some kind of insight into it. The more mundane it is, Cal is 100% wrong most of the time because he's got an imagination out in the world. But if it's weird, he's usually right up the alley. And as you all start to make your plans for the approach of this wall, if there was a camera, it would be panning to the large brick wall that's from basically ceiling to floor, covered with an iridescent, almost metallic looking moss. And we'll go ahead and take a break so that everyone can stretch their legs and get something to drink, and then come back and face the unknown. Hello, everybody. I hope you took time to stretch to hydrate. And if you are watching and not one of our cast members, we are coming to part 2 of our finale. Before the break, we had people playing with the Tower of Hanoi and getting ready to prepare for this monumental, who knows, undertaking. And to give you some background, you have to walk down the train track tunnel a good 15 to 20 minutes before you actually get to this wall. And it is a lot of the debris has been cleaned up, but there's a lot of twisted and warped metal, wood, stone pieces to climb over sometimes, and so on, as the aftermath of the previous dragon being exploded. So I would like everybody, as we're making it through, to see how challenging this was, to give me agility rolls. And then if you have, no, not if you fail, we're going to make everyone do stamina, but let's get a good idea from agility standpoint how challenging this was.
I rolled a 39 out of 70.
Okay, Emma does obstacle courses.
You are very agile.
She's used to navigating debris as a, farm girl.
I rolled.
What are we rolling?
88 over 45.
Agility. I have an 80% agility. Dang it. I got oh no, that's a different number. 53
Okay.
out of 80. Boopity boop.
I got 86 over 65.
Ooh, okay.
39 under 45.
Okay. And Samuel, what did you get?
I got 78 over 55.
If Emma notices the scientists struggling, she's gonna help them.
It's
Yeah, I'd like to help them too if I can.
that's going to be my assumption. All the people who were struggling, the people who succeeded, are going to help.
Yeah, it's
I
not.
do
It's,
have a question.
it's
Is
not
Dr.
because.
Lindsay-
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
It's not because Samuel's weak. It's because he's carrying very dangerous chemicals on him.
Listen, no, it's you can just admit you're weak. It's okay.
The
I'm
scientists
safe
are
here.
kind
Come
of
here.
It's like
handling
parting the
this.
sea of junk. Make way for the scientists.
I think the scientists are taking this so carefully because they are carrying dangerous materials. So, like, where they normally just, they're just kind of, okay, wait, no, okay, so having a harder time of it. So I need everyone to roll stamina. The ones that failed, I'm going to have a different success point for you all, for me to know because it's more difficult. But everyone just go ahead and roll stamina.
28 under 65.
23
Oh,
under
no.
65.
I got a 89 out of 60.
Okay.
55 over 50.
I got a 58 out of 60.
Okay.
8 under 55.
What the heck?
Nice.
Dude.
Nice.
This can't possibly last.
Listen, these muscles are made for punch, not tumble.
Okay. If you succeeded, you're a little winded, but not like exhausted. If you failed, your next roll that is going to require some physicality, only one roll, mind you. After this, anything requiring physicality, it will be at a hard difficulty as you work on catching your breath and recovering from this obstacle course of a walk. But by the time you make it through all the debris and the twisted burnt metal and all the rest of that, you see again this floor-to-ceiling wall covered in this silvery, iridescent like moss. And I need you all to give me listen rolls.
That's a 27 out of my listens. wildly good, I think. Because why? I'm a nosy bitch.
I failed.
Okay.
I have
Yeah.
27 out of 65.
Okay.
I failed as well.
I failed.
Failed.
Am I the only one who passed?
Did everyone
I love-
fail except for?
Finally, being a miscreant finally pays off. I listened to some bitch shits. I'm nosy. Finally, my time has come.
Excuse you, I haven't given my result yet.
All right, sorry, Rowan. Go ahead.
Okay.
I rolled a 74 over 25.
Rowan, then why did you even, Rowan? Did you see the way my
Every
wife just
roll
did me like
matters.
this?
I love how it was. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I also failed. I just wanted the opportunity to say so.
Everyone knows.
Bella, it was really presumptuous of you to assume that I failed. I did, but I just feel like it was still rude. Rowan, will you open this for me?
So, is everyone?
I'm sorry, I didn't know I was talking. I'm sorry. That was so embarrassing. I'm so sorry. Okay, sorry. Honey, please set the scene and ignore my domestic
Rowan,
aspect.
how dare you not support me during the game? Could you please open this for me?
That was adorable.
yeah.
I'm sorry. That's
Yeah. Mwah.
that's a classic moment. Oh my goodness.
Flip
What
that.
is it going to say? Okay. Cassiopeia.
Don't look up.
As everyone is recovering from all of this, and there's the sound of heavy breathing on the air, there's a sound of, some debris being moved completely out of the way, and as you stare at this wall, like your flashback conversations asking people, give me a purpose. Okay, that's nice. You have to say that. Da 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 da. But as everyone else is staring at this wall, your well-trained ears, because nosy people have them, your well-trained ears pick up on something, the faintest of sounds, and as you move closer to the wall, it vaguely sounds like when you fill a tub with water and then drop something in the water and the water is lapping or kind of moving a little bit. It sounds like either constantly moving water or water that is being stimulated. And you kind of look over your shoulder to see if anybody else is noticing, and nobody else is saying anything about this, but you hear it. Just come back again. Oh, okay, thank you. But you hear that sound of water on the other side of the wall, and that's where I was leaving off in the description. So, what do you do with that information? You're on mute.
I'll be like, everyone shut up, everyone shut up. And I'll like put my head to the wall and be like, there's water dripping or something. Like it's like there's already
You're gonna
water
put your
in
head on the wall that has the moss on it.
No, I will not.
Okay.
I will be like, hey, I'll be like, shh, everyone shut up. I think that there's like water, like there must be a pool or something of water on the other side because there's a dripping on, like, it doesn't sound like water dropping on the ground. It sounds like water dropping on water. Does that make sense? Can you all hear that? Can't you hear it?
The monarch said that there's going to be a river or a lake or something that the scientists would need to help us get across.
Must be that. Something's making me feel icky in my belly about this. I don't know what it is. Are we supposed to knock down the wall now or like later because I really feel like we shouldn't knock it yet. I'm really nervous because it sounds like there's a water over there and I don't want to knock it down and then drown.
But doesn't whoever need to go on the other side of the wall?
Yes, it is. Yes. Who's the tallest?
I think Ammo.
Emma's tall, right? Emma's a tall bean. Who's the second tall? Should we stack up? Should we do the thing where you get on each other's shoulders and look over the wall? How big is the wall, honey?
The wall goes from ceiling to floor, but it looks like it's brick covered with this iridescent moss.
Mm-hmm.
I don't trust this moss. I just like to say up top, don't trust this moss.
I haven't seen moss like this before, ever.
I've seen really bad moss though, like really, it was just like a shrubbery. It was like a hedge, but it looked like me.
Dr. Lindsay would like to examine the moss more closely.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, me too. Can I examine it too?
What would you like to use to examine this moss, Dr. Lindsay?
Well, I'd like to make the argument that I should use pharmacy, since I'm trying to determine whether or not the moss is actually like dangerous to us. Mm-hmm. Is it, similar to any natural things that I know could be poisonous or cause hives or,
Oh, that's good.
So that is a 85 over 76. So nope.
Roll me a luck check, please.
Sure.
You're about to get fucked.
Yes.
You pass it?
Yep.
Alrighty then. You see, as you start to get closer to the wall in order to examine it, you're not quite able to really see anything about it that would stand out from a pharmacology kind of standpoint of judgment. But you do see that there's almost a ripple that goes through the moss like a wave right where you were looking. But that's it. Who else wanted to examine the wall?
I won't touch it. I swear I'm not going to touch it. I just want to
How close are you going to get to look at it? Give me a feet distance.
If Cassiopeia starts approaching the wall, Dr. Lindsay just reaches into his bag and hands her a set of gloves.
Oh, that's cool. I just want to do a roll. You tell me how close I need to be I'm going to do a spot hidden to see if there's any holes at all that I can see what's on the other side.
Okay, go ahead. You're going to have to get about a foot, if not closer. You don't have to touch it, but to look at this close enough like that. Go ahead and roll me a spot
Roll
hidden.
luck. Okay, spot hidden. Spot hidden is a 48 out of 65.
Okay.
Should I do a luck?
Yes, please give me a luck check.
15 out of, my luck is okay, 55.
Okay. As you get
I
closer.
have bad luck sometimes.
Yeah, everyone has been rolling considerably well. As you get closer to this wall, you were able, from your experience of being a con person, an escape artist, and so on, you notice little details about how it is a brick wall. The moss doesn't cover every inch of the brick wall, but there is almost a place where the moss looks darker, almost as if it had grown thicker. That kind of reminds you of when people grow a hedge over a hidden door or something like a wall that has been damaged and they put a cloth over it, which would make the fact that you were able to hear that water make a lot more sense if this wall isn't completely solid. Does anybody else want to do any rolls pertaining to the examination of this wall?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't any water leaking through any cracks in the wall.
Okay, give me a spot hidden. We're gonna go ahead and use that one just because it makes the most sense.
I rolled a 1.
Okay. Okay, so with the one, I gotta give you a lot
Tell
more
us
information.
everything,
Can I
honey.
see
Give
through
us
the
your
wall?
notes.
You cannot see through the wall.
Is Samuel the wall now?
No, but go ahead and roll me a luck as well.
What's my luck? 51 out of 60.
Okay. Whew, you all are scraping past. Okay, so you notice the exact same thing Cassio but does. You're able to clock that this is not a solid wall. The moss is more than likely covering up for an open portion of the wall, whether it was purposefully designed that way or whether it was grown over it and so on. And from your experience, I gotta give this here because that's a 1. And from your experience with how sentient or programmable it seems like whoever's created this stuff is able to make it, there is a chance that you notice where it looks like it has grown forward and then either been pulled back or removed and then grown back over, which is probably why it is darker in other spaces. So, based on your level of intelligence and that 1, it's easy for you to tell that you all will not have to pull this whole wall down, but you probably would. The moss is probably a key to how you get past it.
Yeah, he's gonna relay that to everyone.
This is the worst game of I Spy. I Spy with my little eye, the answer. So what are you all going to do with the information that looks like either moving or destroying or pulling down the moss or pushing it out of the way seems to be the answer to gaining entrance.
They're like I know there's debris all over the place. Is there just like a long stick that I can pull out of the debris? I'm just looking for a cool stick. That's all I want. It's every kid's.
Give me a cool stick. Honey, we deserve a cool stick.
There are metal bars and so on, pieces and chunks of railing that have been detached that probably could be lifted, but you might need someone with an extra amount of strength to be able to help you with some of the larger beams.
Okay. So nothing like a piece of rebar, or they're all larger beams.
You know what? Go ahead and roll me luck. Go ahead and roll me luck to see if you can find a rebar.
Sure.
Let's get all the rolls in.
Nope, that's a 66 over 50.
You look and you do not find rebar.
I want to proffer that I do find rebar, but I find the one piece of rebar that is still stuck into like an 80-pound piece of concrete. Yeah. And it's like, oh, this is exactly what. Ooh.
Yeah, you got to remember this was built by a guy who does not care about the safety of his workers. There's probably no rebar anywhere in this place.
Yeah, it's like one piece, just one piece of rebar, and I found it, and it's still stuck in concrete.
All right. Asmodeus, Semra, Emo, is there anything that you want to do once I tell you that it looks like the moss is covering up the entranceway and you may not have to break down the whole wall? But keep in mind, Cassiopeia did give the warning that it sounded like there might be something on the other side, so that caution is probably should be observed.
I'll pull out Marty's butterfly knife and try and do a cool thing and absolutely drop it and go, wait 1 second. Marty gave me Marty gave me this. I can cut it. The moss, so we can get through.
Hmm.
He said I don't even have to clean it.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go and do it then.
All right. Are you gonna cut like try to cut through it like in a door, like or a
Just
square?
like around the hole. How big is this hole?
You all really don't have them same. You weren't the one that did the spot hidden, but I would
Yeah.
say based on how the moss is covering, if you asked the two that did,
Yeah,
there
I assume
are
Cass pointed it out or something.
yeah, there's multiple places where the moss grows darker that looks like there may have been squares or circles cut out there in order to pass through.
Yeah, I'll go for one of those that seems large enough for all of us to be able to like get through, at least one at a time. And
Please
just
roll luck for me.
no. Okay. You always make me do this, honey. I'm not good at luck. I'm not lucky. No, I got an 81.
All right, so
You know I'm bad at this.
okay, and now give me a build roll, please.
Okay, I'm better at this one. This one's 70. And we got a 44.
Okay. As you watch Sim move forward and use that sharp, and I mean, Marty keeps these knives sharp enough that you could just throw a piece of paper and they would just slice over. Why the equivalent of a stay-at-home dad would need knives these sharp, nobody knows. But that butterfly knife starts to cut through the moss, and Sim, you notice it's less like cutting through plant matter and more like cutting through the equivalent of mesh. So like, cutting through a screen door netting that hasn't been invented yet, but it's metal. You're cutting through it. Ooh, everybody else. I'm not even going to make you do spot hidden because this is not subtle. Everyone notices as 1 second, 2 second, 3 second, about 10 seconds into him cutting out this particular thing, you all notice how a few tendrils of that moss, which is strange because it's moss, there should be no tendrils, starts to reach out, and almost like flirt around where the knife is cutting as it parts. And then you notice the moss is forming into a masculine-like shape against the wall, the same height as Sim, mirroring his exact same position, cutting the through the moss. But because of that build rule, you feel a slight tugging on the knife, but you're able to keep a hold of it, and the moss doesn't quite work its way up the knife to you. But you all notice the moss that he is cutting aside is forming itself into a sim-shaped silhouette against the wall.
As this is happening, I'm saying like, someone should probably keep a lookout in case the plants decide to try and attack me.
Yeah, so Emma's standing right next to you, and having been told that this could happen because Cassiopeia said that the plant that there was a shrub that looked like her. As soon as she sees that there's like a shape being formed in the moss, goes, "Whoa, oh no!" and then like pulls Sim like away from the wall.
Oh.
All right.
Oh, hi.
There was a. Can you not see?
No, I'm saying hi to the plant me.
Oh Lord.
That's not normal, is it?
Are you shocked?
No.
Seen it.
You all didn't have to have a one-on-one time in the dark with your shrub selves. It's not fun. Look at me, Sim. It is not fucking fun. It is stressful and it is bad. We are not doing it. Fuck off, shrub. Fuck off.
I know. I've heard your stress dreams.
They're so stressful. I wake up and every time it's just there and it looks like me and we're in the dark and it keeps pointing at the tree and I don't know what it means. And then it runs out and everyone comes out of nowhere. And then all the fucking bee people got mad at me.
I love the MO, Dr. Lindsay. Not having been present for all of this, get to hear these side piece stories.
It was so bad, y'all. It was really not a good time. I did not like it. I've never been the same ever since then.
And you see more of the mosses creeping down the wall towards where this silhouette of Mossin is. And slowly, it starts to become more 3D, like one of those bas reliefs coming out of the wall. So it would probably be a good idea to move as quickly as possible through what you're trying to do, because the more time that passes, the more moss gathers, as this moss being against the wall tries to take life.
So do we see an opening now that the
Yes.
moss is going to cut away? Okay.
Mhm.
All right. I don't think it's going to be safe to stay on this side of the wall, so off you go then.
Yeah, let's go. Go.
Make sure everyone else crawls through first.
I crawl in so fast.
Yeah.
I literally push people to go first. I'm like, fuck, you all didn't have to deal with this like I did. I'll crawl through.
Dive through the wall and ends the plant cast standing on the other side.
Oh my God, don't say that to me, Ryan. Don't say that to me. Oh, I'm so stressed. You have no idea how stressful it was for Honey to describe what I saw. And I was like, oh, I don't know if it's evil or not.
Okay. And you all stumble your way past, this supernatural thing into a room that has one of those moments that you have to take your time to look around, because it is so outside of, one, what you could imagine would be in here, and two, what you've probably ever seen. There is a pool of water towards the center of this room, and it starts about 6 feet past the wall. There is this pool of water. And in the center of this pool of water is like this raised platform with 4 columns, one on each corner of the square. And these columns look like bronze worked into natural wood. And while there is no branches coming out of them, there are 4 heavy-looking weighted bronze discs on each of these 4 posts. And in the middle seems to be a control console of some type. This water is deep enough so that it goes from clear, and the further it goes, by the time it gets to this platform, it's dark. So that's probably hints that it is deep. But the beauty comes in that reflected off of this water is this shimmering, almost star-like reflection. And if you look up, suspended from the ceiling, in almost a stalactite, like fashion stalactite way, is these glass panels that make up the ceiling. And in each of these glass panels is this shimmering blue liquid that Dr. Lindsay, you would recognize as that super sap. And it's as if someone turned the room upside down, because growing out of that super sap with the flowers pressed against the glass is all of this beautiful starwort, like plants, in the shape of a specific constellation across the ceiling as it shimmers like starlight. The starwort shimmering like starlight along the whole ceiling in that constellation that, as Modus noticed, had 3 extra stars, now has 4 extra stars. So you're in this unnatural starlight lit cavern with a pool of water, glass panels with floating beautiful star-shaped green plants that shimmer and reflect off of this beautiful pool of water. And then now all of you can hear the water that Cassiopeia was here before, because occasionally a few shimmering drops of blue land in this water. How does everyone react to stepping into this almost dreamlike cavern?
Huh. Neat.
Emma is like wide-eyed and slack-jawed and just looking around and taking it all in.
Well, it's really quite beautiful, isn't it? I'm assuming we have to get to that island or platform, or
Is there a reason we wouldn't be able to just swim to it?
well, that blue liquid is dripping from the ceiling down into the water, and I don't know if we want to come in contact with that at all.
Oh. That's a good reason, yeah. Cass, you're small, right?
I stare at my own tits. Wow, that's really rude.
Oh, sorry.
I love the
I
awkward silence. Hey, you're small. Wow, that's rude.
Because, like, I bet if Emma and I work together, we could probably throw you over onto that
You want it-
platform.
I'm so sorry. You want to do what with me?
Well, Emma and I, you're small enough that Emma and I could probably throw you onto the platform.
Would that be helpful? Like, would I be contributing, would you say, to the team? I avoid eye contact with Osmosis and Samuel.
Just turn to Dr. Lizzie.
Emma looks at the scientist. Do you think that's a good idea?
I don't know if being thrown is gonna stop you from making contact with the sap.
I mean, it's not,
It's worth a try.
it's not making a curtain, right?
No, but it's dripping into the water.
So we'll throw Cassiopeia over the water onto the platform.
I'm down for
And,
this.
and then Asmodus and Samuel and Dr. Lindsay can direct her what to do.
I love this idea. Let's do it.
How far away is that platform?
The platform is about 10 to 12 feet away.
I love Emo and Sim both saying like, yeah, that's good. Like they both made the exact same face, like, yeah, okay.
Well, Emma's thinking you can't weigh that much more than a hay bale, and she could totally bale hay that far. But then she has a tool for that, but she figures with Sim's help and no tool that she could probably still do it. But then she's also wondering, like, how good Cassiopeia is at, like, acrobatics, so she's, like, not sure.
Cass is pretty acrobatic.
Apparently, but Emo doesn't know that.
Okay.
I wish you would ask.
Yeah, let me.
How would you say? How acrobatic would you say you are?
Okay.
I'm pretty acrobatic.
Honey, what's up?
I need all the people who think this is a bad idea to roll intelligence for me.
Not me. I think this is
Not
great.
me. I think it's a great idea also.
Yeah. As far as it's like, oh my god.
You can't see me, but I am rolling.
Yeah. Oh,
I believe you.
that's a 2 under 60. This is the worst idea since Napoleon said, "Hey, winter in Moscow, that's not so bad, right?"
I think this is-
55 out of 70.
Okay.
I can't stress that I think this is a great idea.
We were rolling idea.
Yeah.
Okay, 67 under 70.
Okay, and Ryan, did you succeed as well?
Yeah.
Yep. All the scientists and the doctors are like, wait, pause, just wait. Dr. Lindsay, because you got a 2, you remember multiple things. I think, did Cassiopeia talk about Cal's dream to anybody but the scientists?
Probably told. I probably told the group. That seems
Okay.
like something I'd do.
So, Dr. Lindsay, what goes through your mind is it's less about the human beings coming in contact with the super sap, because in your experience, in your experiments with it, it's taking non-sentient material and almost reverting it back to the organic materials that it was created from, and then growing like that.
Right.
Because the water is deep, and because this water keeps dripping, the chances of there being something in the water actually that is the real threat here, and the fact that you remember that blue liquid being connected to that Queen of the Night-like plant that was throwing people around, for you, this seems like a bad idea, because once you get her on the platform, it doesn't necessarily mean, one, she can do anything to help the rest of you get there, and two, if she's by herself and something is actually waiting, like a trap, she's going to be too far away for you all to actually reach. But that's from your knowledge of the super sap.
Okay.
There's also the chance that they overthrow her and she just goes over the island into the other side.
And that's a chance I'm willing to take, y'all.
I love that Dr.
Sim and
Lindsay
Emma
is
are like in the
I know.
process of lifting her up.
I'm ready. I'm
Emma's,
like
doing
poising
her
myself.
stretches for her arms to like get, you know, she doesn't want to injure herself.
Cassiopeia's practicing her jump and roll.
So let's just take a moment. We're not on the clock here. There's no time pressure at the moment. Let's make this a solid plan B. Like maybe a C, but definitely not A. And let's think about this a little bit more. And I relay all the information, everything that I've thought of. So it's not so much whether we can get Cassiopeia to the platform. I have no doubt the two of you are strong enough to throw her. She can't weigh much more than a young hog. So, I mean, you can just whip her across.
I raise my hand. Once again, rude, but continue.
I mean, I'm not saying you are. Anyway, so I have absolute faith in the two of you getting her over there. It's just, I don't know what she'll be able to do once she's there. And if there's something living in the water, which I suspect there might be, and at this point, Dr. Lindsay is just going to reach into his bag and like pull out a scone and just sort of like toss it into the water.
Ooh, okay. Oh, God. Okay. I'm going to pause right there. I'm going to throw the scone in the water. Pause for just a second.
Just a moment, if you will.
Okay. Is there something else you wanted to finish in that sentence before you throw the scone?
No, I was just going to say there's no problem that can't be solved with bakery.
True, correct.
Okay, so Asmodeus and Samuel, yes, this is a bad idea just from a basics, throwing somebody into physically, like all the risks, like your brains are going through the formula just really quickly. But outside of that, one, Asmodeus, you notice that the stars, the constellation that all these flowers light up on the ceiling, these plants seem to be glowing in this iridescent way in this constellation. It means that not every panel that has these floating starwort in it is lit up, because again, it's only the ones to make this constellation. The fact that this constellation is reflected exact in the water, you have a feeling that getting to that center console and doing whatever needs to be done there is going to somehow solve. Also, I'm going to give you something in a second, Dr. Lindsay, because of that too. I get to give the scientists more information, so the punchy, strong people have more to do. And Sam, from your perspective, knowing that something is going into the water, knowing that something could be growing out of the water, seeing how the moss is just reacting almost sentiently on that wall, and knowing that they said the threat was behind the wall, from your scientific viewpoint, you can see very easily that one, the water in this cavern probably did not start as deep as it is now around that platform. And two, if this was continued to allow to raise and finally bust through the wall since it wasn't solid, the damage that it could do if this sap comes in contact with other things that it could, make grow and come alive is probably the threat the monarch was talking about. So doing anything to potentially expedite the drip of the water and so on is probably not a good idea.
Yeah.
So a lot of information because you all keep rolling well on the knowledge things. So I have to keep giving more than I was going to. Now, the scone going into the water. Everybody please roll me spot hidden.
Oh, I'm so good at that. Unless I get that roll, then I'm less good. I will be honest. Yeah, I got an 86 out of 65, so that's a bummer.
34 out of 85.
I got 95.
35 out of 25.
I don't know why I even make these rolls.
I 10 points off from passing.
Okay.
69 over 25.
Nice.
I just toss it over my shoulder.
39 under 65.
Okay, again, the two scientists that were very concerned about this whole thing from the get-go. And, oh no, Cassiopeia failed this time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The two scientists are the ones that notice the scone goes into the water and then doesn't seem to sink as far as it should, right? Like, unless Dr. Lindsay threw it far, it probably made it to like the 2 or 3 feet of water because it gets progressively.
Mm-hmm.
You see it fall in the water, almost seem to disintegrate into all of this kind of liquidy pastry. And then you see wheat actually start grow, like shafts of wheat starting green, budding, and so on, floating almost island-like, and then shaping itself into this aquatic-like jellyfish made out of wheat and these long green tendrils, as it starts to float back, like navigate its way further into the water.
Yeah, nobody's going to be touching that water.
Yeah.
Let me just say right now, you just said water, Ryan, in the most Louisiana way, and it brings me much joy in my heart. Thank you. God bless America. Okay.
Yes, I feel.
Not actually God bless America. I mostly say that's a joke, but anyways.
Yeah.
Continue. Sorry.
Yep. So, and when that happens, you all see starting to bloom, which you didn't see previously on the walls on the other side, these beautiful yellow flowers. They're evening primrose, and they all turn their heads, so to speak, towards the direction of voices. I need Cassiopeia specifically to roll charisma, please.
Oh, hell yeah. I got a 37 out of, I think it's like, 85.
All right.
I have good charisma.
And Cassiopeia is just like having these back and forths with you all about she can tuck and roll, she's done stuff like this before, and so on. All the flowers turn to face that way. When Cassiopeia stops talking, even if people are still talking, they go back to facing the other way. As soon as she sees something again, they face towards the crowd. And as this is happening, you see from the water, the scone jellyfish has gone away. But you see these lily pad-like things shimmering under the water and coming to the surface, almost like a complete path to that middle island. But then as soon as she stops talking, they sink back. The flowers look away and it sinks back underneath.
So anyways, as I was saying, I just feel like it's kind of rude to say both that I am small and also I don't weigh more than a hog. Like, both seem offensive, right? You both can understand why that sounds offensive, right?
I said a young hog.
We need to all stop saying the word hog is what we need to stop doing. What we need to stop doing right now is stop saying hog. Emma, I am not cute. I am hot. I am sexy. I am not cute. Everyone, look at me. Not you, Sim. You're fine. Everyone, I am a sexy, beautiful, and everything desires me. Do you understand? Like, you know, except for my dad, of course. Yeah,
Y'all see the flowers just facing, as long as she's talking, facing her. When she stops talking, they slowly start turning away.
I mean, the flowers seem to think something interesting is happening here, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You're attracting them at least.
I look around, I don't see flowers move, so I'm like, I don't know what, and then I face the word again, I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. The flowers are not moving.
Face the flowers and start talking again about how sexy you are. And Emma, like, blushes.
So I'm very attractive. Oh my God, they're moving towards me. They're attacking. I hide behind Samuel.
They're not attacking, but again, as long as she's talking and the flowers are facing that way, you see almost a lily pad-like path to that middle dais. As soon as she stops talking, it sinks back below the water.
I don't think they're gonna attack you. I think maybe these are nice plants and they like listening to you talk and they want us to grow across the water because they like you talking. So you should keep talking. Talk about how much you hate Sai, because you can do that for a long time.
Oh my God, I've been waiting. True.
Yeah, through season 10.
Let's just break the fourth wall.
Yes. Stop breaking the fourth wall. Look at me. I will be like, can I just say, I am so glad that this is the first time anyone has told me just keep talking. I'm so excited.
So I need you to roll either fast talk or persuade. Choose fast talk or persuade. That's going to be your challenge skill throughout this.
Can I? Throughout this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Persuade is what?
I think you also have bargain. So it can be bargain, fast talk, or persuade.
Okay. So persuade, I think, is pretty good. I rolled really bad, so I might use my skill really quick just for the one time, because I can keep using those skills, right? Okay. I'm going to use my golden coin, which I rarely use because this is usually over a time period of like 2 days that we play these games, like in character worlds. So I have the golden coin. I can roll a luck check and use a success or failure instead of rolling a dot skill. Can be used once every 48 hours. My luck isn't incredible, but I feel bad. Still bad. I got a 78 out of 55.
That's still fine. The lily pads are now halfway across, closing the distance between this and that. And the more that you continue talking, they're not sinking below that, but the full path has not been completed yet. Now, this is where we do the player bids. In this process of getting whoever is going to try to go across to the dais, and you guys can decide that as players. Who's going across? Is everyone going across to try to solve this puzzle? I will give you 2 hints. One, you had the Tower of Hanoi, the smaller version. This looks like a 4-columned version of a very large Tower of Hanoi thing. When I say very large, these discs look like each one of them may weigh, go from 20, 30 to 40 pounds, if not heavier than that. The brass rings around them don't look like they're going to easily be moved. 2, because there's a console and there are these columns, there is a choice, there's a chance, and the scientific brains could probably pick this up, that there's probably work that's going to be having to be done at the same time to solve whatever this puzzle is. So you're going to need brains and you're going to need brawn in order to do that. I can give you that because your stats are at that level. Dr. Lindsay, again, you know the danger of the sap in so much as when it comes in contact with things that are not getting, and you can also pick up on how if it's dripping a little bit now, and it's dripped enough so that the scone turned into a jellyfish, it's probably progressively dropped more over time. So when it comes to being on a schedule, you're not so certain what the time thing is, but you do know each one of those glass panels, and there's probably like 100, has super sap in it. So whether they're scheduled to break or not, you don't know. So all that information you have as a group, so you can decide what your plan is going to be. As long as Cassiopeia is talking or complimenting and passing rolls, more lily pads go across. Her charisma roll was high enough so that the flowers, as she's talking, will be focused on her. But her rolls will determine how quickly you get over there and whether or not the lily pads show above water for you to be able to walk on. So, giving that to you all from a storyteller's point, so you can decide as a character's perspective what you're going to do.
I'll go. Okay, so I should stay over here and keep the flowers talking, hanging out with the flowers. Maybe I'll tell them my life story or something. Obviously, the brain should go over and the brawn should go over. Do you have a preference, Sim, Emma, Osmosis?
If you're
Samuel?
not going, if you're not gonna, well, if you're not going across, then I'm gonna stay here to protect you in case a monster crawls out of the water. Everyone else can go across. That's fine.
Oh, don't worry about that. I can look after Cassiopeia. I think they may need your particular skills on the other side.
Emma's strong.
I pull out my bone saw.
I'm pretty strong. I'm pretty strong. So, I think I can handle it. I think it would be safer if one of us went and one of us stayed on the shore.
You're welcome to stay here with us, Dr. Lindsay, but if Cass is staying here, then so am I.
I want to be very clear. I think this is very sweet dad thing, Sam, but also counterpoint. Am I being passed around like I'm being babysat? I'm going to then turn to the flowers. Do you feel like I'm being treated like I'm being babysat? I feel like I'm being treated like I'm babysat.
I don't think it's so much that we feel like you need to be babysat. It's more like you're not really a boxer, and I have
That's
a feeling.
fair. Okay.
I have a feeling that Sim might have made promises to keep you safe, like parents do.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, I rescind my.
And to further cement this, Samuel's gonna grab Cass by the shoulders, turn her around to the moss wall behind her that we came through. Do you really want to stick around by yourself with that?
You know what, Sammy? You make really good arguments. You know what I mean? Like that's, I'm just looking at it. You know what? So fair, so fair. Please let me go. I'm scared.
So, which scientists are both scientists going across with Mo as their brawn?
Yeah, that might be a good idea because then you can bounce ideas off each other. It'd be hard if you say it from across the water.
What do you think, Samuel?
I think you both should come with me if the doctor is staying here.
Yeah.
Samuel, what do you think?
A couple of brains and a brawn here and a couple of brains and a brawn over there. And she's including Cassiopeia in her
I was thinking that. Oh, Emma's a sweetie.
Well, you're absolutely smarter than her, so
Probably a good idea.
All right. So, Cassiopeia, go ahead and roll your skill again.
I'll pick. Do I have to roll then pick, or should I pick and then roll?
Pick and then roll.
Great. I will pick my fast talk's pretty good, but yeah, my fast talk's probably it's fast talk, persuade, or bargain.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do bargain. Bargain's my high. Whoa, I just threw it. My bad. For fuck's sake. I rolled a 91 out of 65. Why am I rolling this way?
So, if you do have replacement dice, I'm not usually for dice jailing, but I am saying that options can be taken.
Thank you, babe. I'm gonna take my ace dice. That's who will. That's the hero who will support me through everything.
All right. So go ahead, and I need Dr. Lindsay, because I'm just picking a random person. Go ahead and roll luck for me.
Oh, fuck me. I'm sorry.
Okay. 50-50 shot. Uh, 70 over 50.
Okay. So as you all are having this discussion, and the lily pad path is only halfway finished, but you see hovering towards the start of the lily pad path. So there is an aquatic plant, and because you don't have any botanists with you, it is called a waterweed. And it's basically the equivalent of an underwater Venus flytrap. This is a larger version of it, and it's pretty serpentine. It looks like a lot of these little Venus flytrap like heads on it. And as you are talking, there's one that lingers towards the first lily pad, almost in a waiting way, and you see one of the little Venus flytrap heads snap almost threateningly before it dips back under the water. I love how excited everyone looks.
I scream. Oh my god, oh shit, I'm gonna ruin the whole mission. Oh no. The flowers don't like me anymore. The flowers don't like me anymore. Oh
so Cassiopeia, go ahead and roll luck as you have a panic, a mini kind of screaming thing as you see the water wheel.
45, and it's luck.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, barely.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 45 over 55.
Okay. When you start screaming, you see more lily pads start forming down the path.
Oh my god, I'm freaking out. Everyone, I'm freaking out.
So who's going across first? Who's going across? We can do some fun rolls.
Who's heaviest out of the scientists and MO?
That's a good question.
Are the scientists big guys or not so big guys?
I think Samuel was about close to 200, I guess.
So is MO.
Yeah, Osmosis is probably pretty close to.
I think Emma would go first because in her mind, she's there to protect the scientists. And so she would go first to like knock anything off the path if it tries to hurt them.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Emma goes first.
Before you start walking, I'm going to grab Samuel, give a kiss on the cheek and be like, don't die. Okay, see you later. Don't die.
I'll try.
Not reassuring as you think it is, Samuel. Really not as reassuring as you think it is.
All right. Sam, are you looking towards the water, or are you looking towards the wall, or just keeping an eye out on both sides of things, so to speak?
Water.
Okay.
I know that's where the threats are probably coming from.
Dr.
Lindsay, do
Lindsay,
you-
are you
yeah.
looking towards the wall, the water, or just keeping an eye on both?
You're muted, babe.
If Sim is looking at the water, then Dr. Lindsay will keep an eye on the wall.
Can I look around?
Yep, as long as you keep talking.
Keep talking and nobody explodes.
Okay, that's so as Modus and Tev, you'll start making their way down the lily pads, and for the sake of time, you make it about, you're waiting for probably about 3 more lily pads before you can get to the platform. Sam, you notice that once they start, as long as they're on the lily pads, you see a couple of those little water things that shimmer almost like a green metallic kind of a sheen to them. They don't attack. They just seem to be floating and waiting. And the further they go in the water, further they go, you see like more popping out of the water.
Ooh.
Okay.
Dr. Lindsay, as
I'll
you
be
turn
ready. I'll be ready to do something in case they do show up, attack.
So because you are looking, they will automatically fail any type of sneak attack they do for your next attack roll. Dr. Lindsay, when you look back towards the wall where there's that hole, you almost have to double take, because as you look, it almost looks like a head is looking through the hole at you, but you realize it's just kind of like this. If you had a paper cutout made out of the moss, that is what this looks like, peeking through and gives you a little wave. Same size and height as peeking through this thing at you.
I wave back.
Okay. Cassiopeia, I need you to do another one of your talking rolls.
We believe you can talk.
Keep my friends safe, please. What does the 0 mean?
It depends on what the other number is.
That means you want single digit.
Yeah.
30.
Okay.
30 over, I didn't pick one, but I'm going to assume bargain most of the time.
Okay, either way, that would have been a success. So, as you said, the last 3 lily pads come, and the scientists and Emma are able to make it on the platform.
So when you're doing a 3 braid, right, you go right, left, and then the center one has now become, see, your left one, right? So then you do it again. I'm doing on my ribbon. I'm like, and then you go over, right, and then under. You see where I'm going with this, right? And it takes some nimbleness. You know what I mean? I'm explaining to the flower. I keep turning to both, so then the flowers all hear me.
Important question. Are the
Huh?
flowers practicing braiding as well?
You see a couple of them with their stems kind of crossing a little bit.
This is really fascinating, Cass, but I am bald. So I don't think I can participate. I can do your hair.
Yeah, okay. We can do your hair later. Right now, you should protect me, maybe.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Quick question.
Hmm?
Did the lily pads, or did they just form a path, or did their path mirror the constellation above?
I love it when you ask me the question. Okay, go ahead and roll me an idea to see if you notice that.
Nope. 88 over 70.
Nope, you will never know. But the path, even though it's not straight, does lead to the center console, where you see. Well, you all are on the console. The Tower of Hanoi is the puzzle. Going to get some fun rolls here out of the way, but I need everyone to roll luck.
All right.
63 out of. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say 41 under 50.
63 out of 50.
70 out of 45.
27.
32 out of 60.
42 under 60.
Okay. How many failures did we get? 2. So let's see how we're going to do this. Everyone who has made it to the platform, give me a dodge roll. 2 dodge rolls. Everyone who has made it to the platform.
Oy.
It's going to be fine, everyone. It's going to be fine.
Okay. Okay.
57 out of 22.
Okay.
My first one was 14 under 26. The next one was 87 over
Wait, let me-
26.
I'm gonna roll my second one.
I just want everyone to know
Oop,
that
it's even worse.
if you get turned into plant people, we will love you nonetheless.
Samuel, I will not love you nonetheless. I will let you know. My love is so incredibly limited if you are a plant. I'm so scared.
I'm
I
fully
now have
prepared
a
to I'm fully prepared to burn plants with acid.
So Mo and Asmodeus, you only had 2 failures, right? You had 2 dodges, so I was counting one of those.
I
I
only failed 1 dodge.
Okay, 1 dodge.
Same.
1 dodge.
I
Samuel.
failed both.
If this has something to do with the fact that I failed my roll and Samuel gets hurt, I'm just gonna lose my little mind.
It's okay. Okay. So as you make it to the platform, Asmodeus, you're looking up, and it's more your distraction and probably yours probably that you were more distracted that you just happenstance move out of the way of the first water wheel hybrid that pops out of the water. It continues past you and misses Mo, probably because Mo, if you see a plant snake almost creature coming towards you, you probably move out of the way. Samuel, you were not so fortunate because this first one sort of that was a really bad failure. Your first one is, so I hate doing this. It snakes around, misses Asmodeus and Mo, but it wraps around one of your ankles and starts to pull you towards the edge of the platform. The second one that starts to come out the water, it doesn't seem as intent on grappling, so to speak, as more as it does the little mouths on it snapping, and Asmodeus, Mo, and Samuel take. He's going to do this 1 point of like nipping damage as it is giving a warning attack as you wait on this particular platform.
So as soon as the one comes out and grabs Samuel and starts to try and drag him, I reach into my vest and I pull out a .455 Webley Mark 1 pistol and shoot it.
Give me that roll.
I'm good at punching, but I do realize that punches have limited range. So there we go. Wow, that's horrible.
Can I pull out my shotgun? I just carry it with me. Don't ask me where though.
I don't really know where you put the shotgun.
Oh no, I have a handgun. I'm sorry, a
Okay,
handgun. I just have a
was about
normal
to say,
handgun. My bad.
I was about to say I
don't have it. I do have shotgun skill, but it's not as high as my handgun.
She just carries a shotgun, and none of us question it. It's always slung
Pull
over
out
her
from
shoulder.
behind my corset, and I'm like, it's what keeps my corset together, bitches.
Every
Okay.
time she talks about I don't contribute to anything, now pulls out a shotgun.
Okay, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do this one by time because I want to get through the engagement. We have a shot from Sim that missed, I'm assuming.
I rolled a 99.
Oh no.
I'm so sorry, Samuel.
No.
I might have just
dead.
shot you.
Oh god.
Is Samuel dead? We roll to see if Samuel has now died at the hands of his almost father-in-law.
So go ahead and roll me another D100 roll, please.
Okay. Just a specific stat or just
No,
Just
I
rolling.
just need a D100, yeah.
86. I will not get rid of my dice. These are the dice I use for this campaign. I have done so
What
since
is
day
your
one.
normal damage for your firearm?
1d10 plus 1.
What is the minimum amount someone that's good? You know
So
what?
anywhere between 2 and 11.
I'm gonna make a storyteller roll here because 1d10 is too much. So I have a chart here just for transparency's sake that gives me when there is a fumble what the result is based on the different types of weapon, and you happen to roll the one that is hit the nearest ally for the amount of damage that you would normally hit the creature by. But because this creature has a specific thing the way I statted it where they get the minimum, and only takes 1 point of damage for most firearms. Samuel, not only did you get yanked by a plant and then kind of smacked in the face by a plant, you feel this sharp burst of pain as a gunshot goes off. It just barely misses.
I'm so thankful
plant.
I can't see Ryan's face.
But it's you.
Oh, it's gonna be a good one.
In the leg. During this exchange. But you know what?
You know I have a scalpel, right?
We didn't actually. I'll be talking and be like, so anyways, yeah, we're all just hanging out. Oh my god, Sim! Did you just shoot Samuel? Holy shit, if you didn't approve of him, just say so. Jesus Christ, Dad.
Oh.
Sorry, I panicked. Just dropped the gun.
Please just stay to punching, Dad. I'm begging you. I'm begging you, Sim. Sim, I'm begging you.
Oh god.
I don't shoot it very often for a reason. I'm so sorry. Oh no.
Oh god. Okay, Esmo, just give me an idea roll. Emo, I don't need anything from you just yet. Again, nothing is wrapped around you and so on. Just when I'll come back to you if you're doing any potential attacks. Samuel, and I need a strength roll from you.
Okay.
Effort roll. Asmodeus, what was your roll?
94.
Why? Okay.
I keep swapping out dice.
You get before the console. The console looks like a star map with every possible star lit up. Like it's just however wide it is and tall it is, it has tiny little pinpoints of lights on it that you can push. But how this is supposed to connect to all of this, you hear a gunshot going off. Samuel is halfway pulled to the water, and you just got slapped by a plant. There's a lot going on, so having clarity of thought into what exactly is happening, you don't have. But you know this is part of the puzzle situation. Dr. Lindsay, what are you doing?
I got a 27 out of 55.
Okay. You're able to break free of to kind of wiggle and shimmy out your way out of that hole that plant had on you. so you're free. Dr. Lindsay, what are you doing?
Well, I mean, I turn my head briefly when I hear a gunshot. And I'm like, and just in time to see like the gunshot hit Samuel, and I'm like, oh, I don't think that was right.
You can fix that, right?
And I look back at the I look back at the wall quickly. Has my moss cutout friend has it come any further into the room? Is it just staring through the?
No, it's come through the hole and it's lingering near it, leaning against the wall, casual.
Okay.
Dr. Lindsay, don't let that thing near me, please. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my little mind. Flower, stop looking at me like that, like you're all excited about me talking. This is not a good thing. This is a bad thing. This is a very bad thing.
Dr. Lindsay is going to reach into his bag and just pull out like a small, it's just a small bottle of, it's not a very strong acid. It's the stuff when he really needs to clean like a wound out. So it's like, you know, not so much worried about how much pain the patient is feeling at that point. We just need to really sterilize the wound. And he's just going to like splash some of that on the moss person.
Okay.
Because he feels like he needs to put his attention to what's going on the platform, and doesn't really want to do that while there's like a potential threat behind him. So.
Alrighty then. Just give me a D100 roll, please.
Okay. That is a 14.
Okay. It can't hiss, but it just sort of flattens itself back against the wall like it's part of the wall. It's not. It's obvious it's not. Yeah. But it's like it's pretending in that kind of going against the wall once it gets splashed. But yeah. Where that antiseptic cleaner lands, you see that the moss there starts to turn green, where it was silver and metallic. Where it splashed, it starts to turn green.
Interesting.
All right. Back on the platform. Okay, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Oh, I was going to actually talk to it. It's like, all right. So that was a warning shot. You didn't enjoy that. So you stay there while I deal with these chuckleheads. And I sort of give it like just the stern finger, and then, you know, shake the bottle in its direction, and and then turn around to go and see what I can do to help with these folks. Alrighty
then. Back on the platform. Intelligence roll from Asimodeus, intelligence roll from Samuel. Mo, we're going to do a player's bit of what you would like to have your character doing in this moment and what skill you would like to use for that.
So currently, no one on the platform is being attacked by plants?
Correct.
Okay. But I saw the rest of that happen, and Samuel is currently injured.
You all have 1 point of damage. Samuel has 2.
Okay, but he's been shot?
Yes, he's also been shot.
Well, Emma has been taking first aid lessons with the doctor, so she is going to pull out her boxing wraps and start wrapping up Samuel's injury and make sure that he doesn't bleed out.
That's so not sanitary.
Hey.
They're clean.
Those are so sweaty.
They're clean.
We boxed like earlier today.
Was it today?
You boxed another day.
It's been a few days.
Yep.
Okay.
She knows better than to put nasty stuff on people's wounds.
Yeah.
Well, there are emergencies.
Samuel would have told her as such.
Right? And it would have been lesson number 1.
Yeah. Yeah. Dr.
Anyway.
Lindsay would have been very clear about that.
I do love the idea, though, of Dr. Lindsay being like, "Oh, and then you'll need bandages," and then Emma starts to take off like her bandages. She's like, "Not those, not those. Let's be clear, not those.
Not those.
Not unless
Never-
they're clean. Don't use
never,
those."
never those.
I love the effort. I love it. No.
Yes.
Okay.
In general, don't use anything that already has somebody else's blood on it.
Okay, give me a first aid roll, Emma.
All right, where is the first aid at? It's on here. Let me do first aid. All right. I got to beat a 30. Hey, I rolled a 3.
Hey, you wrap that up expertly. Samuel, like, yes, you've been shot. The bullet may or may not still be in there. Who knows? But you will not bleed out because Mo is there with the fast responses. Okay, what were the intelligence rolls?
Got a 34.
Okay.
Oh, my bad. 38 out of 70.
All right.
Yeah. I was just gonna add my score is 70 as well.
Mm-hmm. So you get the idea that how do I put this? You get the idea that you should probably, the code is probably having something to do with what the constellation is supposed to look like. Because once you step close enough to the console and your hands come close to it, you see that the previous locking mechanism has the wrong stars selected. So if you select the correct stars, something might happen. However, it seems to be locked. And when you see the tree posts, the bronze and so on, does anyone want to take a closer look to see what type of trees they are?
Could I?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
What do I roll?
Do you have something connected to your farming or botany? If not, we'll just do an idea.
I didn't put any points into anything like nature or anything, and I wish I'd thought of it because I totally want to make my own category called farm wisdom.
Yeah.
But don't currently have that. Let's see.
So we can use your intelligence in that case.
Okay. All right. Okay. Not too bad. Oh, don't pass. 76 out of 50.
Okay. Does anybody else want to try?
I would if I can.
Uh-huh.
If I'm not too busy with the panel.
You're good.
21.
Alrighty then. So I'm gonna describe something for you. What does Asmodeus think he needs to do when he sees the console and how it connects to the constellations that have been made out of the Star Wars?
Let's see. You said that the wrong ones were lit up. The wrong stars were lit up. Is that only the wrong ones lit up, or the entire constellation as it's projected from the ceiling lit up?
The whole constellation, including the wrong stars, is currently what's locked on the console.
Okay.
When you try to push any other button, nothing else will light up, and you can't also unlight the other ones. Your intelligence, okay, maybe if we reset it or unlock it, I can put it in correctly, but nothing works yet. So what is Asmodeus's plan? Because this will help me with the next step.
Yeah, I'm Osmotus would think that the locked panel is connected to the Tower of Hanoi puzzle, and we need to solve that to unlock it. And then I would want to deactivate the wrong stars.
All right. So, because this is the finale, when you start to think about that, normally this special piece of jewelry that you have comes in handy when you're doing research and so on. This is not quite the same type of research, but you feel the slight warmth and you look down and you see your special golden ring that lights up when you have found the right book or the right answer. It starts to glow. And these trees that you, Hawthorne is loud.
That's the trees.
The trees that you see, you identify. One looks like a redwood. One looks like a rowan tree. One looks like an oak, and one looks like sycamore. It's not the full tree. There's no branches, but you can tell from the coloration of the bark and so on with the bronze worked into it. And you get this sense, this feeling that you all are exactly where you need to be. You don't know why, but you get that sensation. Samuel, with your intelligence roll, if you and Asmodeus are going back and forth in this conversation and so on, someone's going to have to be there to handle the star paddle. You don't know what timing it is to type it back in, and someone is going to have to actually be directing someone or helping someone lift those bronze plates to the next peg so that you all can do this puzzle. Who is going to do what? I know Mo is probably going to do some lifting, but who is going to do what on the platform? It's fine. You're good.
What did you just say to me?
I was asking, since Osmotus has figured out you all have to solve this Tower of Hanoi puzzle, and someone has to be there to do the console, someone's going to actually have to lift those bronze things onto the next one, and someone is going to have to direct, like, which bronze thing goes where. I'm assuming, but I'm not making this decision because I'm just the storyteller. Asmodeus is dealing with the star thing. Samuel could probably be good with his roles in directing which thing needs to go where. And Mo is there for the lifting. You can change that.
No. Mo is fully aware of what she is good at, and what she is good at is lifting things and putting them where they belong.
Pick things up, I put them down.
So is that generally how it's going to go on the panel? Because we'll get those roles in a second after I go back to the
I do
group.
think that she jokingly is like, all right then, so I'll go over here and I'll direct you, and Osmodeus, you can move the things.
Sure, how many years do we have to complete this? It won't take me long to lift them.
I mean... All right, then. I guess I'll do it.
And is Samuel on board with this? You know, after being shot, attacked by plants, and
yeah, I probably can't lift anything right now.
So, shock will do that to you. So, all right, so I will come back to you in a second. Over on land, where Cassiopeia is charming flowers, Sim is there ready to fight. Dr. Lindsay is scolding a moss cutout of Sim. What are you all doing, thinking in this moment? You still going to stay at the ready in case something comes that way, or what's happening?
They're not really the plants. The water wheels aren't attacking them on the platform. So I'll be just sort of putting myself between Cassiopeia and Plant Me. 'Cause I know she does not want to be involved in that.
Okay. Cassiopeia, what are you talking to the plants about now? Like, where has this conversation taken the turn to? You're on mute.
She's probably like, so I was found on the streets. I was an orphan. And then my mentor, father figure, older brother, first love. I had a lot of bad, it was a lot of weird mixed feelings. Anyway, the person who raised me to be a con named me after, the constellations. Pretty ironic. With all the star stuff we've been talking about. Oh, you don't know about the star stuff. She goes into a whole thing about stars.
And you just see the flowers occasionally nod a little bit as you're talking, but stay focused on you. Do I do it or do I not?
I don't know. Yeah, sure.
First, let's find out what Dr. Lindsay is doing at this point. Just observing right
so
now,
rude.
or
I think Dr. Lindsay, he's keeping one eye on the moss creature and making sure it's behaving. But I also think he's listening very intently to what Cassiopeia is saying, because out of everybody here, she is literally the one that hasn't really had a conversation with her, or at least not like a serious conversation where she's said anything of substance. So this is like.
You mean most of her conversation? No, you're not going to get something. Poor Dr. Lindsay's like, I will get something substance out of her. And you're like, well, that's more than anyone else gets.
Yeah. So I'm just listening to her go on about her life and I'll and remembering it so that I can check it against her next story later on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I need everyone on the shore to give me a luck check, please.
Yep. That is a thing I can roll.
I have a 57, but it's only over, I think, a 55. So it's not too bad. Not super awesome. Yeah, 57 over 55. Oh no, babe, what happened?
You rolled an 87.
Oh, get rid of those dice.
Refuse.
41 under 50.
So only one person succeeded, right? Okay. As you start talking about your former mentor, right? And the plants are nodding a little bit, and one trembles slightly, but they're listening intently. Dr. Lindsay, you notice that some more of the leftover moss and more of the brick wall and the holes in it are being exposed as some more of the moss starts to create a silhouette against the wall and the shape of a male, unfamiliar to you of any of the people that are here. But this mysterious male silhouette is also taking its time to 3D print itself out of the wall made out of moss. And I need everyone on the platform to roll me a dodge, please. I'll also allow you to do a parry if you are afraid of someone who would try to parry as opposed to dodge out of the way if a plant was coming to attack you.
I rolled a 22 out of 28.
Okay.
To parry, do I just make a fist roll?
You're good. You're on the shore.
Yeah, worse was
my
earlier,
bad.
babe. We're good.
We're good.
Well, if I'm doing dodge, I got 34 over 26.
Okay. And Samuel?
26 out of 22.
Samuel is not having the best day on this platform. I need you to take another 1 point of damage as you get, slapped again by this plant before it dives back in the water. But again, it didn't try to pull you in the water again.
Hey, Samuel, remember that part where I said don't die? Do you remember that part? It feels like it's really important.
But the Samuel's having such a wonderful time. Still with us, Ryan?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. But you know, there's always someone who gets specked by a plant. So, or some type of antidotal comforting response. Asmodeus and Samuel, I need you to give me intelligence rolls, and Mo, I need you to give me an effort or strength roll.
That is a 69 out of 75.
Nice.
Nice.
Ryan, what did you get?
Hold on for a minute.
Mhm. Ooh.
What does that have to roll?
Effort, not effort. Idea.
$50 over 70.
Alrighty then. So between the two of you, and it's probably frustration also and some fear, there's some urgency into quickly looking at all of these posts and try to figure out the best order. So we're gonna do this quick skill challenge. Because you are the one dictating, I need you to give me. Make sure your D10 is out. I need you to roll me a D10 4 times.
Was I one of the people that was supposed to be doing that?
You're good. You're just there to lift.
Not being able to see Ryan makes this even scarier.
Okay. I rolled a 5, 2, 9, and 3.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Wonderful. Because you understand this thing, and between you and Asmodeus and knowing what the equation is for Hanoi Tower and so on, you're able to help direct Mo into where to move the next disc, where to move the next disc, where to move the next disc. And in 9 moves, you are able to move all of the 4 discs that were on one onto a completely different post. And when you do that, the console unlocks. So Asmodeus, you have a player's bid choice here of what you roll to figure out what you need to put on this console.
Logical thing seems to be astronomy, but I want to use my highest skill because I know how my dice have been rolling.
I love your like logic, or I need to be lucky.
Well, the other one I would go for would be library use. You know, using all the knowledge that I have from my readings and such to help direct and recall the correct constellations.
So I will make a deal with you. If you get a successful library roll, I will lower the difficulty of the roll we use to solve the puzzle. because it will mean you have easier access to the information.
Okay. Uh 61 under 85.
Alrighty then. So I'm going to lower the difficulty for the logical thing is astronomy,
Yeah.
but it will be astronomy or idea.
They're the same.
Yep. So it just depends on how you're solving this.
They're the same, but I'm going to use idea.
Okay.
Because again, dice rolls, and I haven't used the special power of my ring yet, and I think I may need to. No, that's 52 under 70.
Alrighty then. So you're able, as it unlocks and all of the things that were previously lit up are no longer lit up, you're able to, with your knowledge of constellations, tap in the design that it's supposed to be. Now, everybody else, as soon as the puzzle is solved, right, the Hanoi puzzle, the whole illuminated ceiling goes dark. So you're in a room with this faint, beautiful blue shimmering glow, and then you're in a room of solid darkness before Asmodeus puts in the next code. And then that lights up, and you see, almost as each time he taps one of the buttons on the console, another glass panel lights up in the pattern of the correct constellation, which happens to be the constellation Cassiopeia. And it's something that Asmodeus has been tracking since he saw this or that, so he's able to pretty much put two and two together of what's supposed to happen here. And once you tap in those things, everything just goes still, and you start to hear the sound of like someone sucking water through a straw as the water in the room just gets lower and lower, and you see these beautiful water wheel plants that normally live under water slowly become more exposed, and also the jellyfish scone. As the water goes down, you see these beautiful green plants start to shift and morph and stiffen and start to freeze in place in these beautiful sheen green metallic almost sculptures as more of the water gets sucked out, and they go from this beautiful plant-like life to 100% metallic. And everybody give me a listen roll, please.
$29 out of 25.
Okay.
Wow, I did so well last time, and now I have a 99. Rip.
Okay.
48 out of 25.
Okay.
43 under 45.
Copy.
I will. Go ahead.
I copied the doctor exactly. I got 43 under 45.
I got a 69, which is nice, but also way above my list score of 25.
Everyone who succeeded, you hear it. You hear the slight, soft, but undeniable crackling sound of glass starting to shatter. As every panel that's not lit up starts to get these spiderweb-like patterns from the other side as the flowers within start to overgrow, absorbing that sap as it tries to bust free of their prisons. And over on the moss wall, you start to see more humanoid-like silhouettes. The one that was previously Sim has dissolved. the green has slowly overtaken the whole thing, and it's no longer a metallic sim. It has become almost like this bush sitting next to the entranceway. But the rest of the moss is slowly peeling away from the wall in these silhouettes of different men and women. As you're between your exit and the ceiling that looks like it's about to shatter.
Well, Dr. Lindsay is going to just, take the cap off the bottle and just sort of like spray the antiseptic around, trying to splash as many of these creatures as possible.
Whatever. Now the lily pads have now like solidified as these bronze-ish like platforms for you guys to walk back across.
Are we done?
Are there any other ways out, or is it just the way we came in?
Just became a robot?
I was about to say, Asmodeus has leveled up to android. I'll say this. The easiest exit looks like the way that you came. You could probably venture further down the tunnel into the unknown, and maybe end up on the track somewhere else along the railway. None of the things peeling off the wall seem like they're trying to attack anybody. In Cassiopeia, you do notice one that makes you double take because it's the exact height. And in the silhouette, that's very, very familiar to you, but you haven't seen that silhouette in years. And so, yeah, are you all making an exit? Are you all preparing to stay where you are? There is probably a time limit based on what's happening with the ceiling, but how you guys make your escape or exit is up to you.
I'm doing the last of my like story, and I'm like, and then I met this group, and I really think it's going really well. Is it dark in here? Holy shit, that's a nice constellation. Hey, Asmodeus, what kind of constellation is that? And then sees the figure. A lot is happening. Hey, Sim. Dr. Lindsay, you all see that figure, right? Like the hedge thing, right?
As Dr. Lindsay is like splashing it all with. Yep.
No, wait, not this one. Not this one. Can I go over and be like, Perseus, it's me, Cassiopeia. Are you dead? Is that why the hedge imitated you? Are you dead?
Give me a luck roll, please.
That is what does the 0 usually mean?
100.
Oh, what if it's with a 6?
It's just 6.
Yes.
Oh, rip. Okay, yeah, I got 6.
When you say that name, it does seem to turn all of its attention to you, but it has no mouth. It's like a silhouette. So it doesn't speak, but it does lift a hand, a mossy kind of hand that goes from being like gingerbread brownish to slowly forming fingers and so on, and does reach towards you. Now you can do a dodge in order to avoid being touched. It doesn't look like it's attacking, but it is reaching towards your cheek.
Oh man, every time I've ever had to do this, I always pick the wrong answer when it comes to these goddamn hedges. Every time there's an answer, I always do the wrong one. I won't dodge.
It just gently pats your cheek and steps aside.
Maybe he's not dead? Okay. Hey, it's really dark. Should we leave? I feel like we should leave, right?
Yeah,
No.
Samuel's limping his way back over and out.
I don't want to leave until everyone else gets over here.
Emma will follow Samuel.
Now, I'm going to say this for the sake of narrative flow. If Mo is there to support you, Samuel, you can move quickly and not take any penalties to any future agility or movement rolls with your injury. If
As soon
Mo...
as, sorry, as soon as he's nearby, I would also like to support Samuel.
Okay, so Samuel, you don't have to make any effort at all. You have two very strong people who are pretty much going to help carry you through.
As soon as he's within like walking. Also, do I have to keep talking? Does it seem like I still have to keep talking?
You haven't really stopped talking.
Thank
but
goodness.
if you would like to stop talking,
I'm not gonna test that. I'll be like, keep talking. So, anyways, and then I met Samuel, and I'll be honest, as I'm walking, so I'm looking at him while talking, I'm like, I'll be honest, first interested because he did put down a lot of money, like just like on the desk, like right in front of everybody. It was like a perfect opportunity. Turns out very hard to con that guy. And then we became friends, and now we're really good friends, and we're definitely romantically interested. Maybe I mostly just say that as a bit, sometimes like as a joke, like a little jokey joke, and then I'm like half serious, you know, like the seriousness where you're like, I'm kind of kidding, wink, wink, you know, that kind of serious. And then as soon as he's nearby, is Osmotus coming with us? Is he walking?
Yeah, I would be following with everyone else.
Okay, good. As soon as everyone else, I was like, bitch, I'm not leaving you behind. That's a nice ass try. As soon as everyone is at least on the thing, I'll stop talking and then I'll just jump and hug like Samuel. Oh my God, you were almost definitely pulled into water and eaten.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, I need you to be less. This is really serious, and I feel like you should be taking this more seriously. And you really are not.
All right, so I need Mo and Sim to give me strength rolls. Well, Sim, please.
I rolled an 8.
Okay. Flex on it. All right.
60 under 85.
All right, so Samuel, you don't have to make any agility rolls because you've got both Mo and Sim that are supporting you. Mo and Sim, I'm not gonna have you do agility but I am gonna have you do a special roll here in a second. Dr. Lindsay, Asmodeus, and Cassiopeia, I need you all to roll agility for me.
And under 45.
You know what sucks is I have 80 in agility, but I got a 90. This is some bullshit. This is some bullshit.
I got you beat. 100.
Oh, babe, no. The worst roll, and you're the last one to get off the fucking. I hate it here.
Okay, so what happens here in sequence? I need a travel order, like who is first, who's going through the hole first, who is following up, like first, second, third, whatever. Because I have a feeling that Asmodeus is like the last. Not the last. Well, yeah, it has to be because Mo and Sim have to help Samuel get through.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'll go after. Who's leaving first? Probably Dr. I should go first. I'll go first. I'll crawl first.
You go
I'll be
first.
like, lead the way. And then I'll be like, no one be left behind. I trust the group that everyone will come out. So I'll go.
Dr. Lindsay is actually planning to be the last one through because he's the one valiantly holding off these moss creatures.
Yes.
No one has told him that they're largely inoffensive and aren't trying to actually hurt anyone. So he's like just splashing them with antiseptic, and it's like, take that.
And you notice every time he splashes one with the antiseptic, wherever it's metallic, it starts to turn green, and slowly, a lot of them are turning back, like dissolving into shrubbery, just bushes of moss. But as Modus with your 100, Cassiopeia, you do trip and fall through the hole, but you do have someone that's gonna probably help get you through that. So you're not stuck because you went first. Sam and Emo, I need you to give me a build or a stamina roll from each of you. Because you're getting yourself plus Samuel through all of this.
That's a 63 out of 95 for build.
Oh, okay.
She will be a...
I got a 63 out of 70 on build.
Okay, so you all, I'm not going to make your agility harder. So give me agility rolls.
Cool. This is the one I'm bad at. Well, this is one
You're
of the
fine.
ones I'm bad at. I'm bad at a lot of things, it turns out. We didn't know that.
29 out of 28.
Ooh. Missed it by that much.
I rolled 66 over 45 on my agility.
So here's the good thing.
Pew, pew, pew.
Samuel, you don't hit the ground ever. Like you don't have any issue. They help you through the holes, and then they trip through the hole behind you before coming to help you.
That's all that matters.
But it's not due to them being exhausted or the extra work. It's just how this happens. As you all make it through the hole. Now, when you stop talking, Cassiopeia, and you make it through the hole, on the other side, because here's the wall, you all made it to this side. Some people made it gracefully, some people made it tripping and falling. As Modus, you full on face plant on the other side of the wall. It's just in time for all of the glass on that ceiling that is not the panels that make up the constellation. It shatters and it falls in this beautiful way. It's like a prismatic rain of glass down, and it makes this musical sound as all this glass hits these metallic plants. And those beautiful evening primrose flowers that were listening, they slowly bronze as well. And then the heads almost seem to break off like they're going to fall. But before they do, you see them turn over slowly and the petals shift. And you see these beautiful, and there's 4 in total, large metallic butterflies that start fluttering down towards the darkness. And you just, it's like a quiet kind of farewell. And then the moss figures that came off of the wall, except the ones that are fully shrubbery, they start to harden as well into these sculptures as this room starts to get overflowing with these metallic, beautiful plants and this rainforest of glass and metal. But you all are safe on the other side as you all kind of watch like a small TV as this room gets consumed by materials. And you manage to survive.
Fuck yeah.
There was no dragon, sea serpents, but there was no dragon. Cassiopeia, you could have sworn you saw a familiar figure. And I'm just going to give it to you without you rolling listen, because
Finale.
she's not being quiet. You just hear, oh, gosh, ouch, oh, it's the wrong shoes for this. Oh my
Risha.
gosh. Oh, yes, Frisia's got it. I'm here. I was trying to, I made it. Are you safe? I've got, there's some people, some protesters who were trying to make it down, but it's fine. Desdemona and some other people, they're dealing, when I say dealing with, I think they finished, I think You know what? We will
We need
compensate
to
them.
we need to get you a PR team. Truly, really need to get you a PR team.
You know, but I've got this paperwork, and I found it. I was searching for it for the longest time. I found it, and apparently there was a whole bunch of investors. There were some investors who put some money down into, I guess, this, and I was tracking down like those pictures that were in the office that were moving and whatever, and each one of those happened to be a portrait of someone that was in my portfolio. So I guess there was a lot of people who invested in my farmer, but oh my God, what happened to his leg? Are you all okay? Like, did I come at a bad time? I was going to. This feels like you had a momentous kind of thing. Oh my goodness, I'm in your moment. I am interrupting your moment. There was probably something heroic.
Regent, please continue.
Yes. Oh, okay. So
Calm
apparently,
down.
wow, what happened to your leg?
And he just looks at Sim.
You finish your story first.
Oh,
Then
okay.
We'll tell ours.
Yeah, there was protesters that invested in what Taros was going to do, which was basically like build it all up and then have it kind of like self-destroy, and then they were going to make a lot of money. It was going to be a whole thing. But after he got arrested, they were like, "What about my money?" But he had like this contingency plan where he still had like a time release kind of thing happening, and if that was going to happen, like the insurance money they were going to get from the damage to the alley would have kept them paid for years. But there were some people that tried to infiltrate that, and they had put some money down. But you know how like lenders and stuff ask for collateral? Well, apparently collateral is your plant equivalent of your soul. Who knew? I don't really understand. That's the only best way I can think to describe it. But we can pretty much track down every silhouette to a person. And, I'm going to give you this information because for me, since you've kept this from happening, I'm no longer worried. But, someone might need this information so that they can keep these people from coming back. There was a whole connection to like an underground fight ring thing, and I don't think that exists in Alstromeriea Alley like that. But if it did, I think there was a connection, and you all look like you've been through stuff, and I am learning that I have to take time for me. So I'm going to encourage all of you to take time for you if you've been through something challenging. I have found a way to remove some of the corruption from the contracts that I have in my files. And so I'm happy. And I've also found who was paying for all of. I'm not going to look through that hole because I'm scared of what's on the other side, and I'm working on my stress management. So I'm just going to assume that I don't need to know. And even though I own this building. Okay. Wow. I don't know why I was rushing to tell you that. Oh, I was actually coming to tell you that Desdemona was fighting people at the front of the factory, but there's no longer a fight. They're
Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah.
Sam has just been staring glassy-eyed at Frisia this whole time about insurance and investors and bullshit. She says the word fight.
Emma would look at Sam and be like, "Did you understand anything she just said?"
She says the word fight, and he snaps back to it. Like,
Oh, and there was like this man. He had like long hair, glasses, and knives because apparently they came to the boarding house. And then that's how like Desdemona found out. And then there was a whole thing where quite a few of them I don't think will be able to walk again. And then there were some other injuries that I don't really like. And Dr. Lindsay, I know you have the right to reserve, your medical treatment for whatever, but I do think some of these things cannot be treated by the average nurse. Yeah, I'm just going to say it. I don't think there's a medical cure for death, but you know what? I'm going to say that it was an accident and it was self-defense. So we're good. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my husband.
Oh, congratulations. Wait, that's not new. Good
I'll
on
still
you.
take the congratulations.
Congratulations, all of you. Thank you so much
Thank you.
for what it is that I'm sure you've done.
Thank you, Miss Frisia.
Miss Frisia, would you like to come back to the to my office with all of us? I'll make tea, and we can sit and relax, and I'll take a look at Samuel's leg. I'm sure it's not as bad as it looks.
Again, I'm not going to ask for the specifics because I'm pretty sure you did what you needed to do. And if you all want to talk to anybody, we apparently had a couple of really cool new therapists that are trying to move to the alley as well. That could be wonderful. I think that it'd be good to have someone like that, even if it's not like permanent, but just somebody that people can talk to that's not just Dr. Lindsay, because Dr. Lindsay might need someone to talk to too. And it's good for that. And Miss Khan,
That's my last name is Khan. I was like, what? Why did someone were calling me Khan? I was like, I don't know who Khan is. Yes, sorry.
That's what I have written down, like Cassiopeia.
Yeah, technically is my last name. Then I turned to Sim. Sim, I just realized, should I take you and Marty's last name? Would that make more sense?
If you want to.
Okay, cool. Anyways. Cassiopeia the Con Valentine. Yep.
That sounds historic.
Hyphens, yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's someone who came to my office and helped me figure out what was going on. I don't quite remember his name. I have it written down, but he said that he's sorry and that he's learned, and then some other I almost said BS. Some other stuff he was going on.
And grab Frisia by the shoulder and be like, what do you mean some other BS? What other things?
I told him to come back. Set an appointment. He's got an appointment in 2 days, so you have time to rest, and you can deal with him at that time.
Cool.
Yes. So I think we're all really good. And Miss Imo, there, Miss Tuberose, Miss Heather, it's hard for me to call her that. She's going to be back in next week. She went on a trip to go get, I don't really remember. It was a whole story about someone who stole some seeds because they wanted to try to bring an invasive species back to an area that it didn't need to be. And so she was going to go deal with that. But that she hoped that you were here, helping to shatter glass ceilings, whatever that means, and making a difference in the alley.
Right then, Emo makes a note to ask the doctor what that means later. And then blushes.
And then she looks at the doctors. Oh, there's some more equipment that came to the lab, your lab, and also some special samples that a countess somewhere sent that she said may be of interest. Like there was a lot of explicatives in that letter. I mean, there was a second letter from someone with different handwriting that I guess translated the explicatives into not curse words. But she apparently sent some stuff your way. So you have that to look up. And she's looking through her clipboard, and the peculiar situation is disaster in the background, giant hole in this wall, debris and burnt stuff all down this hallway that she's apparently climbed through and navigated. You all in various degrees of dirt, injured, and so on. And she's standing there with the clipboard, a bit of dirt smudged on her cheeks because she walked through the whole thing to find you all with a clipboard and a pen as she's going through her notes like she's reading minutes before a meeting. She's like, so that's what I had for you all. I'm glad I could find you. This seems like a bad time to say, if you'll follow me, I'll take you back to your boarding house, because I'm not actually taking you on a tour right now, but I don't know how to segue to the moving part of this interaction because I've never done this before. So do I just start walking?
It's okay. Yeah, you just walk. We'll get there on our own time.
Okay. So
Yeah. We know how to get back. We came here. We're cool. Thank you, Frisia.
All right. Thank you.
I give a like pat to Frisia on the head because I don't know how to be like give someone praise. Good job, Frisia.
And Frisia looks at you and says, "Can I have a hug?"
Yeah. Okay. We're all hugging. Yeah. That's that's more than one person. Cool.
And then the sound of glass tinkling in the against bronze and so on slowly comes to a stop, and you all, the conquering heroes, so to speak, are left in this burnt out forward train tunnel. And if this was a TV show, we would go to the epilogues of what's happening in the characters' lives, where they go, what's going through their minds. And because it's a finale, we'll even give you the opportunity to say, over the next few months, what your character is getting settled into. And then after that, we will say who you are and where we can find you online, and wrap up this finale that I hope has been entertaining, enjoyable, and engaging for all. And we will start with the newest member of the cast, the character, the beloved Herbo, with her beautiful dog.
Okay. Emo. Emo spends the next few months. So she is going to first talk to the doctor and figure out what the heck Heather meant. And then she's going to keep doing her first aid studies. She's also going to try to spend more time with Cal, because she's realizing that there's a lot of stuff she doesn't understand. And so...
I'm sorry, are you going to tutor with Cassiopeia from a child? Because that's what we did too.
Basically, yes. That is what Emo is going to try to do, is talk with Cal, because she figures Cal has more free time than the scientists, or else she would try to ask the scientists for information. So she figures that Cal is at the right level and has the right amount of free time to help her. And then she's going to teach Hawthorne tricks. And so that's going to be a thing. He has a beg thing he's going to learn how to do. He begs for treats. And then, and is real cute. And definitely has tea with Miss Genevieve as often as possible. And is too shy and afraid, but if given the opportunity, if Heather asked her out, she would go out with Heather, but she's not going to be doing the asking because she's too shy.
And as a note to that, Heather does ask out. Heather also kind of explains that her concept of intimacy and emotional closeness is not the same as most people's. But she can really appreciate human connection and is totally into you in that way. But once she gets that off her chest in a very jovial, kind of engaging way, she is a whirlwind of affection and even sometimes would, if you wanted, take you on some of her missions, which is a lot of adventure and a lot of putting things back where they need to be and keeping people from taking things out of places that they shouldn't.
That definitely sounds like something Emma would do. And yeah, so I would say she's courting Heather, going on adventures, teaching her dog tricks, and getting tutoring from Cal, and doing her first aid lessons with the doctor. And she's actually not doing that much boxing anymore. The only time she is doing any kind of fighting is in defense of others, and she doesn't bother going back to box for money because she's realized it's crooked around here. Yeah, she's too busy doing all the other stuff that she's doing that she just doesn't feel the need anymore to make money that way. Oh, and I'm Nikki. And I am co-creator at TTRPG. We do different streamings. Our next thing that's coming up is on September 14th. We have a Kids on Brooms mini campaign that is being run by Max, who is Arcane Goth on Twitter. So go follow him. And you can follow me on Twitter at halfling_Nikki, and that's NIKKI.
Alrighty then. And so we'll go to Cassiopeia.
I think Cassiopeia has been meets with Perseus, but not before talking to Marty and Sim about how do you speak to somebody who you thought was your everything, and then you had a whole adventure without them, and you're a very different person now. Very deep conversations, obviously. She probably looks after Samuel as he recovers. Just hangs out. I think she spends a lot more time with the Asmodeus and Samuel playing. She says at first that she just wants to play card games, but secretly is like spending time with them because she thinks that they value her and that she feels smart by hanging out with them. She, I think, eventually realizes that she said her whole life story in front of Dr. Lindsay and feels really awkward. So she keeps coming by and being like, "Hey, I made some scones for a person who's really good at keeping secrets. People who are good at not telling things love scones, right, Dr. Lindsay? Right? Because we're friends, you and me. We're homies. And don't say what we said to flowers, right? Cool. Not that that has anything to do with anything. Bye." And then leaves. Takes the Valentine last name. Probably stops going by Con, just Cassiopeia Valentine after a little bit, but quietly does it. She doesn't tell anyone about it and then just stops using the Con at the end, but still says Valentine, which is my actual last name. You can meet my dad's. They have the same last name, which always sounds suspicious no matter what she says. And I think she also starts hanging out with Genevieve, helps run the store. Never gets along with Desdemona. Nothing changes. And starts trying to quietly give Emma romance advice, even though she's so bad at it herself. You have to act like you're not interested ever. You have to just ignore them. And then just quiet, tries to give her advice. And it's mostly just manipulation advice because she doesn't know how actually to be in love. She's and then you do this. Isn't that so smart? Not knowing that Emma probably is not going to listen to those advice because it's bad. Yeah. And enjoys learning, being the assistant of Frisia. Becomes her new PR person. So every time she starts to talk about Frisia goes "Oh, and then the giant dragon." I'm dragon, the dragon of a corporation that we are building here, just completely devouring the competition. Am I right? But we should go back. I think this becomes more of her job to be the figure, the speaker, the speaking voice, the figurehead of the company. So then Frisia can focus on the work that she's good at and doing her best. Yeah, I think that's what she's been up to. Yeah, my name is Bella. I do not use Twitter anymore. This will be my second to last tabletop game until Rowan tries to force me into a new one. It has been a wild ride. This was the game I started with. This is the game I'm finishing with. Well, close to finishing with. What a weird time. What a wild year it has been. Yeah, I'm really so glad that I joined this game and that we all got to do this together. Met so many people. I found the love of my life. I am now across the country. It's a wild time, you know? Who knew when Honey just put up an ad that all this would change? She didn't even mean to, and she changed my life for the better. That's Honey's effect, everybody. Yeah, that's my plug.
And it's important to note that Perseus does endeavor to come by and officially meet Sim and Marty, and they eventually get their own like small. You always have a small house. Well, it's not a house; it's more like a townhouse, but it's a well-important thing. Marty has a job as a tailor, seamstress kind of thing, and is doing, really well. And when Perseus walks through the door and is identified as Perseus, the first thing Marty does is punch him in the face. That was a great thing.
I'll pull him off.
Yeah.
I just imagine Marty's going to be so aggressive, and Cal's like, I just want to make you clear. You're not her brother. You're not her fucking brother. I just want to make that so clear to you. I'm her brother. You're no one.
Yes. And then feeds. And it says, okay, sits down at dinner, and so on. But that was Marty's introduction to Perseus. And Marty had previously discussed it with Sim. It's like, I know you usually do the first punch, I do. But as our anniversary gift this year, I'm begging you, just let me one good hit. And that's kind of like the
Okay.
I love the idea of being like, Marty, Perseus, like, abandoned you, Perseus? So I'm like, this is, hey Marty, like, no, it's cool.
Yeah, and it's a clean punch. Like it's he put all his work towards that. And you all recognize the significance of the fact that no knives were involved, that Marty was, restraining himself. But you get settled in, and it's a wonderful new regular family. And you work with Genevieve, and you get to meet the carpenter, and there's a whole like family dynamic that goes on. So now we move to Rowan.
By day, Sim will continue to be the stay-at-home dad that he is, looking after Cal, and probably getting into more shenanigans than Marty would like. But Sim is much less strict than Marty is. It's good. They balance each other out. And also taking some shooting lessons. And Bella, feel free to stop me if you don't like this idea. But by night, Sim would be working with Cassiopeia to try and figure out what's going on with these rigged boxing matches and getting to the bottom of this mystery. Probably with Cassiopeia and Desdemona to like get to the bottom of this mystery. And sort of figure that out. They definitely have a like brainstorm session to get Sim a cool fighty name. Because Desdemona has one, but his is just Sim. That's kind of boring. Plus, if you're going to be doing secret investigations, you need a code name. It's just the rules. Yeah, and hanging out with the friends and family. Very good. Thank you for joining us on this wonderful adventure. Lovely people, I have been Rowan. My pronouns are she, they. You can find me on the internet as @redwhiterp. In the next day or two, I will be posting a link to sign up for a campaign I'll be running through the Start Playing website called Project Ganymede. It's going to be a sci-fi horror game using the Mothership RPG. So if that's something that you want to play with me, check that out in the next day or two and follow up with it. Also, I play Vampire the Masquerade on Sunday. I GM Vampire the Masquerade on Sundays over on Nerds with Dice. Sometimes I do that. We got a weird schedule. Yeah, and that's it. Thank you for joining us. Mwah. I think you're muted, honey.
All right, Ryan, aka Samuel.
Yeah, I think after his leg heals up, Samuel pretty much going to test, like looking over the samples that the Countess sent him. But he's also going to be testing some of the other samples he's collected because he wants to make sure that there's nothing else that these three neglected to mention, as they tend to do. He wants to make sure whatever that they did, that's over. So he's just testing to make sure to see what kind of processes they use, things like that. See if you can counter some things should it be needed. And since he's no longer under since the group is no longer under threat of death, he will formally ask Cass out on a date if she'll accept. And Moses spend his time in the alley, occasionally taking trips back home. But yeah, that's pretty much what he's going to be doing for a good while. And I'm Ryan, Sphinx Roll on Twitch, Sphinx RL on Twitter. And usually find me lurking in people's chats and things like that. Occasionally pop up in games.
All right. And we're getting close to our last two. Let's start with Asmodeus.
Okay, so Asmodeus will be helping Samuel in the lab if he wants to help to test the samples. When Cassiopeia comes over to play games, Asmodeus will be there for a little bit, but almost always he'll have to excuse himself at some time into it to give Samuel and Cassiopeia time alone with it. He's going to be doing a couple things on the side. One of it is trying to get funding to help grow the lab and invest in the area a little bit. The other is to spend time researching and learning everything he can about Thomas Tuberose, because there's just this lingering thought that there's still trouble out there, because there was this connection, but we never saw him. And so who knows what else could be doing on. So he's maybe almost even a little obsessed about it. And then also he's going to just take some time to figure things out about himself and see what comes of that. My name's Paul. You can find me on Twitter at Paul_Kiter. I don't really have much going on right now besides this game because life. But this has been a really fantastic group of players to play with, and I've enjoyed my time with everyone here.
And fun fact, the scientists not only get the samples from the Countess, but one day on their doorstep there is a large crate full of a lot of documents and so on. And in it, there are formulas, there are diagrams, there is a lot of information into how a lot of this started. And a simple letter from the monarch that says, just because you can doesn't mean you should. We learned, so please make sure this lesson is passed on. And you get a lot of documentation, and you make contact with the carpenter, who also has gotten documentation and so on. Even Dr. Lindsay gets some information as well. And no one person has all of the documentation. They make sure that it is spread out, but you start to get some answers into how things were created, how they started, and hopefully be better prepared if another thing arises. Also, lots of visits from Molly and Cal when they're not supposed to be at the lab. When there's a whole new team of tiny terrors that is created once they meet. It is a
We make sure there's PPE prepared for everybody.
And occasionally there is a small squirrel with a prosthetic who seems far more intelligent than a squirrel should be, who accompanies the children to chitter judgmentally, and also supervise the children. Supervise just means is there, and that is Acorn, the alley's smartest squirrel. And last but not least, the resident who has resided in the alley longer than all the other characters, who has seen things seem like they were doing well, but not being so fully aware of everything that was going wrong beneath the city, and who has seen everything going wrong beneath the city and seen the start towards things working well, has seen increases of patients and then comfortable decreases of patients, but no shortage of people who wonder if the doctor is in. So tell us a little bit about what's going on with Dr. Lindsay.
So after removing the bullet from Samuel's leg and making sure that all of that is looked after, and I think doing a good enough job that eventually Samuel will will not walk with a limp, or at least not a very noticeable one. He spends most of his time just sort of like watching the family dynamic grow. He had that with sort of his first adventuring party, for lack of a better term. Nobody thinks of it that way, but and so he didn't want to force anything with like a new group of people, but he's excited to see sort of this family dynamic growing. When Cassiopeia is trying to give Emo dating advice, he is like standing behind Cassiopeia and just like, and which I think averts a lot of disaster. Like a good big brother, he sort of like at one point takes Heather aside and asks Heather's intentions towards Emo, and makes sure that everything is on the up and up there, and he's satisfied. Emo's happy, so he's happy. Spend some time facilitating some one-on-one time between Cassiopeia and Ryan, It's like, hey, Ryan, you're gonna, or not Ryan, Samuel. Samuel is gonna need like, to do some like exercising and some physio, and Cassiopeia, you are, perfect to help with that. If you wouldn't mind, I would take it as a favor for me. If you would spend some time with Samuel and just make sure the leg heals up nicely.
If I must,
I know. Beyond that, I mean, Dr. Lindsay spends a good chunk of his time just being not really deeply involved in anything that's going on, but always there in the background when the scientists are like have worked 16 hours out of their day and have forgotten to eat again. He just sort of like sidles by and is just like, I just wanted to see how everyone was doing, and I had some leftover shepherd's pie, so just warm that up when you need it. And he's just making sure. The red thistles are still a very going concern, and he's making plans to get sort of he's realizing that his doctor's office is not going to be big enough really anymore. So he's negotiating with what is her name?
Frisia.
Frisia, thank you. He's negotiating with Frisia to get like sort of a larger space to build like sort of a small hospital. Nothing too grand, but something that has like, some beds and things like that, so that if it's needed, it's there. And that's Dr. Lindsay. He's just sort of floating around behind, making sure everyone's looked after and sort of gets on with their life, and occasionally having to, the one thing he ends up being is he knows that he can be Cal and Molly know that he is the soft touch for if they get into trouble with the authorities, and they're like, you need to tell us who your father is so he can come and pick you up. They're like, yes, our father is Dr. Lindsay of Alstromeriea Alley. And Dr. Lindsay shows up and bails them out of trouble, and then they have to convince him not to tell their parents, which happens, I would say it's roughly a 70-30 split of when that happens. But yeah, that's sort of Dr. Lindsay's going forward for the next few months. And my name is Brent. You can find me on Twitter at Dorklord Canada. You can also find me writing about tabletop role-playing games, reviewing them, interviewing tabletop creators at therathole.ca and also at renaissancegamer.ca. Yeah, when I'm not doing all of that stuff, I am a freelance editor. I'm currently working on the Court of Blades, and I work with the RPG Catalyst group, helping marginalized creators get their stuff edited and laid out and put art with it and get it all published. So that's what I do.
And if there was a last scene in this particular thing, there's these beautiful underground gardens that are no longer just reserved for where the monarch lives, but in the factory space where all these things happen, there are these comfortable park-like locations. It's supposed to be limited to residents only, and again, if you're not a resident, you wouldn't know it was here. And there'd be a scene with Cal and Molly sitting on a park bench, sharing snacks out of a basket that they have filled from visiting various people. They'll be like, hey, how's it going? What's going on today? And they get something from Dr. Lindsay and then stop by, make sure they start at Cal's house to get what they can out of Sim and Marty, and then they'll always go to Cassiopeia to see what she has, because sometimes she's got the good stuff, and then going to visit Mo and be like, what do you have on you? Do you have any sweets? We bought some treats for the dog. Swinging by the scientist's place and getting what they can. And so by the time it's about lunchtime for them, they have a full basket of goodies, and they just sit comfortably in the park after leaving the lab and have a very serious discussion. And a serious discussion between Cal and Molly is a lot of fast talking about very abstract concepts. And Molly talks fondly about Genevieve and Danina and Lottie and this mysterious guy with the accent and the amazing carpenter. And Cal is like, oh yeah, well, in my group there was, and going through this and that as they tell their stories about amazing things. And there's a moment, if there was a camera, that it would be panning out of these two children from two different storylines who have been introduced to one another in the strangest of ways. And if there was a closing narrator, it wouldn't be the one you expect it to be. And I'm telling you, it was like the craziest thing I've ever seen, right? First it was one group of people, then it was another group of people, but somehow the monarch always knows who needs to be brought together in order to save the alley. And all I'm saying is somehow I'm still single. Now, I'm not saying that it's my fault, right? I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that it's given me a unique perspective as to what heroism really is. You know what I mean? Who they're talking to, no one knows until the monarch, and if there was a camera, draws back their veil, and nobody would see who it is. And it's like, you are from nowhere in the world where that would naturally be your accent. Yes, but it gives me character. Like it gives me character. And the monarch is like, you were my first caterpillar. I'm still waiting for you to spread your wings and fly. But you literally could be anywhere but here. I know, but I've got a secret. I found another group of people. And said, literally, you could be anywhere but here. Please go back to your mother and tell her I've got a group of people who could handle that. And Peony Pete says, all right, and turns. And with that, we will wrap up the season finale of Clockwork Vines. I have not cried, and I am not going to cry on stream, hopefully. But I will say thank you to everyone who has watched. Thank you to everyone who will watch, and thank you to all the people who will be at a future table of mine. Every player here has become a good friend. Every player at every table I have put together has become a good friend and people I am very protective of. They say if you build it, they will come. But I always say if you build a community from a place of love, acceptance, and just wanting to tell collaborative stories with people, you don't have to put caveats, descriptors, or even say I'm looking for specific types of people. I did not choose any of these people directly. There wasn't an application process where I selected it from them. I really just took every group of people and said, if you want to play, let's go. And it has been an amazing, unexpected story. I describe every one of these tables as getting to watch a garden grow from the seeds all the way to beautiful flowers and plants. And for some people who had never played before, that's even more. And I am very proud of getting to see the beauty that these people are sharing in the world as lights. So thank you, every person that sat at the table, both the ones that are here tonight, the ones that were there previous nights of last year. It has meant a lot to me, and I cannot wait to tell the next story. But as always, I want to leave everybody with the encouragement to love your you. And if that's hard today for whatever reason, know that it's okay. And things are really difficult for a lot of people right now, but it's okay. And it's okay to be okay. If you've had amazing successes and things are going well for you, don't be afraid to share that. And if things are challenging right now, don't be afraid to share that with the people who support you. Surround yourself with those people who support you through your challenges and celebrate your successes. If they're not there, or if they're only there when you're going through things, then they weren't there for you to start with. But I want to be there for you, and I am there for you. And my world truly, and this is not just a saying, I repeat it, but it's true. My world is truly a better place simply because every single one of you exists in it. So thank you for being you. Thank everyone who has been watching, and have a wonderful rest of your evening. And hey, don't be a stranger. I've got DMs and I've got email.